Fast Lane Spanish. Lección 1. Lesson 1. In this lesson, we will cover some interrogative words. This is a beginner lesson. Although this is a beginner lesson, please resist the temptation of skipping this lesson even if you are not a beginner student, because there are certain nuances of the Spanish language that we will cover in this lesson that you should be aware of. And in future lessons, we will learn how to form more complex phrases using the interrogative words that you learn in this lesson. Throughout this lesson, make sure that you imitate the pronunciation of the recorded Spanish speaker. This is how you ask, which one? Listen and repeat.
¿Cuál? ¿Cuál?
Again, how do you ask, which one?
¿Cuál? ¿Cuál?
And this is how you ask, which ones? Listen and repeat.
¿Cuáles? ¿Cuáles?
Again, how do you ask, which ones?
¿Cuáles? ¿Cuáles?
And how do you ask, which one?
¿Cuál? ¿Cuál?
In most Spanish-speaking countries, cuál and cuáles are replaced by que before a noun. And cuál is used for the English word what if the interrogative word is followed by a verb. However, the Spanish word que followed by the Spanish verb ser is used when asking for a definition. For example, ¿qué es filosofía? What is philosophy? ¿Qué es aritmética? What is arithmetic? It's a common mistake for English speakers to ask, ¿qué es tu nombre? When wanting to know someone's name. Since the interrogative word is followed by a verb, the Spanish verb ser, and you are not asking what is the definition of the word name, then you must use the interrogative word cuál and ask, ¿cuál es tu nombre? The same rule applies when asking someone, what is your telephone number? You must use the interrogative word cuál and ask, ¿cuál es tu número de teléfono? This is how you ask when, as in, when does the train arrive? Listen and repeat.
¿Cuándo? ¿Cuándo?
Again, how do you ask when?
¿Cuándo? ¿Cuándo?
This is how you ask how much, as in, how much does it cost? Listen and repeat.
¿Cuánto? ¿Cuánto?
Again, how do you ask how much?
¿Cuánto? ¿Cuánto?
Cuánto is a very important interrogative word to know. If you're in a shop or a restaurant in Latin America and you want to know how much does something cost, just ask cuánto. You can also ask cuánto cuesta in order to ask how much does it cost, or cuánto cuestan in order to ask how much do they cost. You may also hear Spanish speakers ask cuánto vale for how much does it cost, and cuánto valen for how much do they cost. This is how you ask someone whom you normally address by their first name, how much do you weigh? Listen and repeat.
¿Cuánto pesas tú? Pesas. ¿Cuánto pesas?
Again, how do you ask someone whom you normally address by their first name, how much do you weigh?
¿Cuánto pesas?
And how do you think you'd ask someone whom you normally address by señor o señora, how much do you weigh?
¿Cuánto pesa usted? Pesa. ¿Cuánto pesa?
Again, how do you ask someone whom you normally address by señor o señora, how much do you weigh?
¿Cuánto pesa usted? ¿Cuánto pesa?
Keep in mind that the pronoun usted can be included for clarity or emphasis. Spanish speakers will often use the pronoun usted not just for clarity or emphasis, but also as a form of courtesy or respect. This is how you ask how. Listen and repeat.
¿Cómo? ¿Cómo?
Spanish speakers will also ask ¿cómo? In order to ask what. For example, if I said something to you that you didn't understand in English, you can ask what. But in Spanish, when you don't understand someone, you ask ¿cómo? Again, how do you ask how?
¿Cómo? ¿Cómo?
This is how you ask where or at what place. Listen and repeat.
¿Dónde? ¿Dónde?
Again, how do you ask where or at what place?
¿Dónde? ¿Dónde?
When using a verb of motion, such as the Spanish verb ir, which means to go, this is how you ask to where or to what place. Listen and repeat.
¿A dónde? ¿A dónde?
Again, how do you ask to where or to what place?
¿A dónde? ¿A dónde?
This is how you ask from where. Listen and repeat.
¿De dónde? ¿De dónde?
Again, how do you ask from where?
¿De dónde? ¿De dónde?
And how do you ask to where or to what place?
¿A dónde? ¿A dónde?
This is how you ask why. Listen and repeat.
¿Por qué? ¿Qué? ¿Por qué?
Again, how do you ask why?
¿Por qué?
This is how you ask for what or for what purpose. Listen and repeat.
¿Para qué? ¿Para qué?
Again, how do you ask for what or for what purpose?
¿Para qué?
In English, when you have a question about people and the answer that you are looking for involves a name or names, you ask who. For example, who ate the cake? Bob ate the cake. In these instances, in Spanish we use quién, and we use quiénes if we are seeking the names of two or more people. This is how you ask who. Listen and repeat.
¿Quién? ¿Quién?
Again, how do you ask who?
¿Quién? ¿Quién?
And if you are seeking the names of two or more people, how do you ask who?
¿Quiénes? ¿Quiénes?
Again, if you are seeking the names of two or more people, how do you ask who?
¿Quiénes? ¿Quiénes?
In English, when you ask the name of a person who is the recipient of an action, we use whom. For example, whom do you love? Although in conversational English, many English speakers will simply ask, who do you love instead of whom do you love, the Spanish language is stricter when it comes to breaking rules of grammar. In Spanish, the personal a is included before quién or quiénes when you want to ask whom. The structure of the answer matches the interrogative phrase. For example, in response to the question, ¿A quién amas? Or whom do you love? A potential answer can be, amo a mi madre, or I love my mother. Notice that the personal a was included in both the question and the response. This is how you ask whom. Listen and repeat.
¿A quién? ¿A quién?
Again, how do you ask whom?
¿A quién? ¿A quién?
And if you are seeking the names of two or more people, how do you ask whom?
¿A quiénes? ¿A quiénes?
Again, if you are seeking the names of two or more people, how do you ask whom?
¿A quiénes?
In English, when we want to identify the owner of something, we ask whose. In Spanish, we use the phrase de quién, or we use the phrase de quiénes when we suspect that the answer involves more than one name. De quién or de quiénes is then usually followed by some form of the Spanish verb ser. This is how you ask, whose car is this? Listen and repeat.
¿De quién es este carro? Carro. Este carro. ¿De quién es este carro?
Again, how do you ask, whose car is this?
¿De quién es este carro? ¿De quién es? ¿De quién es este carro?
Do you remember how to say book?
Libro. Libro.
Now say this book.
Este libro. Este. Este libro.
And how do you ask, whose book is this?
¿De quién es este libro? ¿De quién es? ¿De quién es este libro?
Again, how do you ask, whose book is this?
¿De quién es este libro?
Vamos a revisar. Let's review. How do you ask, which one?
¿Cuál? ¿Cuál?
Again, how do you ask, which one?
¿Cuál? ¿Cuál?
And how do you ask, which ones?
¿Cuáles? ¿Cuáles?
How do you ask, when?
¿Cuándo? ¿Cuándo?
Again, how do you ask, when?
¿Cuándo? ¿Cuándo?
And how do you ask, how much?
¿Cuánto? ¿Cuánto?
Again, how do you ask, how much?
¿Cuánto? ¿Cuánto?
How do you ask someone you normally address by their first name, how much do you weigh?
¿Cuánto pesas tú? ¿Cuánto pesas?
Again, how do you ask someone you normally address by their first name, how much do you weigh?
¿Cuánto pesas?
And how do you ask someone you normally address by señor o señora, how much do you weigh?
¿Cuánto pesa usted?
How do you ask, how?
¿Cómo? ¿Cómo?
And if you didn't understand what someone said to you, how do you ask what?
¿Cómo? ¿Cómo?
How do you ask where?
¿Dónde? ¿Dónde?
Again, how do you ask where?
¿Dónde? ¿Dónde?
And how do you ask to where or to what place?
¿A dónde? ¿A dónde?
And how do you ask from where?
¿De dónde? ¿De dónde?
How do you ask why?
¿Por qué? ¿Por? ¿Por qué?
Again, how do you ask why?
¿Por qué?
And how do you ask for what or for what purpose?
¿Para qué?
Again, how do you ask for what or for what purpose?
¿Para qué?
How do you ask who?
¿Quién? ¿Quién?
Again, how do you ask who?
¿Quién?
And if you are seeking the names of two or more people, how do you ask who?
¿Quiénes? ¿Quiénes?
How do you ask whom?
¿A quién? ¿A quién?
Again, how do you ask whom?
¿A quién?
And if you are seeking the names of two or more people, how do you ask whom?
¿A quiénes? ¿A quiénes?
How do you ask whose car is this?
¿De quién es este carro? ¿De quién es este carro?
Again, how do you ask whose car is this?
¿De quién es este carro?
And how do you ask, whose book is this?
¿De quién es este libro?
This is the end of Lección 1. If you were able to get 80% or more of the responses correct in this lesson, then you are ready to move on to Lección 2. If not, listen to this lesson until you are able to get 80% or more of the responses correct. Fast Lane Spanish. Lección 2. Lesson 2. Let's now learn a commonly used irregular verb, the Spanish verb querer. This is how you say the verb to want. Listen and repeat.
Querer. Querer.
Again, how do you say the verb to want?
Querer. Querer.
How would you say, I want?
Yo quiero. Quiero.
Again, how do you say, I want?
Yo quiero. Quiero.
As a reminder, you have the option to say either quiero or yo quiero. The pronoun yo is often used for clarity or emphasis. By the way, depending on the context of the conversation, querer can also mean to love. For example, te quiero means I love you. But a more intense way to say I love you is te amo. Do you remember how to say the Spanish verb to eat?
Comer. Comer.
Now say, I want to eat.
Yo quiero comer. Quiero comer.
And now say, I do not want to eat.
Yo no quiero comer. No quiero comer.
Speaking to an amigo or friend, ask, do you want to eat?
¿Tú quieres comer? ¿Quieres? ¿Quieres comer?
Keep in mind that you have the option to ask either ¿tú quieres comer? Or ¿quieres comer? The pronoun tú is often used for clarity or emphasis. Again, speaking to an amigo, ask, do you want to eat?
¿Quieres comer?
Respond, yes, I want to eat.
Sí, quiero comer.
Now imagine that you are speaking to Señora Ramos. Ask, do you want to eat?
¿Usted quiere comer? Quiere. ¿Quiere comer?
Respond, No, I do not want to eat.
No, yo no quiero comer. No quiero comer.
Do you remember how to ask who?
¿Quién? ¿Quién?
Now ask who wants to eat.
¿Quién quiere comer? Quiere. ¿Quién quiere comer?
Again, ask who wants to eat.
¿Quién quiere comer?
Respond, he wants to eat.
Él quiere comer. Quiere. Quiere comer.
Again, say he wants to eat.
Él quiere comer.
Ask again, who wants to eat?
¿Quién quiere comer?
Say she wants to eat.
Ella quiere comer.
Do you remember how to ask when?
¿Cuándo? ¿Cuándo?
Ask when does she want to eat?
¿Cuándo quiere comer ella?
Again, ask when does she want to eat?
¿Cuándo quiere comer ella?
Now listen to this response.
Ella quiere comer ya.
She just said, ella quiere comer ya. Ella quiere comer ya means she wants to eat now. Ya is the Spanish word for now. Besides the word ya, ahora also means now in Spanish. But we will use the word ya in this lesson in order to say now. That's because in many Latin American countries, ahora and ahorita can mean in the close future. For example, in 15 minutes. You should also be aware that besides the word now, ya can also mean already. For example, ya comí, I already ate. You will also have to rely on the context of the conversation in order to know if the Spanish speaker means now or already when using the word ya. In order to say right now in Spanish, you can say ya or ahora mismo. This is how you say now. Listen and repeat.
Ya. Ya.
Now say, she wants to eat now.
Ella quiere comer ya.
And now say, I want to eat now.
Yo quiero comer ya.
Do you remember how to ask where?
¿Dónde? ¿Dónde?
Speaking to an amigo or amiga, ask where do you want to eat?
¿Dónde quieres comer tú? ¿Dónde quieres comer?
Again, how do you ask where do you want to eat?
¿Dónde quieres comer?
Do you know the Spanish word for restaurant?
Restaurante. Restaurante.
Now say the phrase in a restaurant.
En un restaurante. Un restaurante. En un restaurante.
Ask the question again. Where do you want to eat?
¿Dónde quieres comer?
Respond, in a restaurant.
En un restaurante.
Now respond, I want to eat in a restaurant.
Yo quiero comer en un restaurante.
Again, say, I want to eat in a restaurant.
Quiero comer en un restaurante.
Now ask, when do you guys want to eat?
¿Cuándo quieren comer ustedes? Quieren. ¿Cuándo quieren comer?
Again, ask, when do you guys want to eat?
¿Cuándo quieren comer ustedes?
How would you respond? We want to eat now.
Nosotros queremos comer ya. Queremos. Queremos comer ya.
Again, how do you say, we want to eat now?
Queremos comer ya.
Now ask, where do you guys want to eat?
¿Dónde quieren comer ustedes? Quieren. ¿Dónde quieren comer?
Once again, as a reminder, you have the option to ask either ¿Dónde quieren comer ustedes? Or ¿Dónde quieren comer? The pronoun ustedes is often used for clarity or emphasis. Again, how do you ask, where do you guys want to eat?
¿Dónde quieren comer ustedes?
Say, we want to eat in a restaurant.
Nosotros queremos comer en un restaurante. Queremos. Queremos comer en un restaurante.
Again, how do you say, we want to eat in a restaurant?
Queremos comer en un restaurante.
Do you remember how to ask why?
¿Por qué? ¿Por qué?
Now ask, why do you guys want to eat in a restaurant?
¿Por qué quieren comer en un restaurante?
Now listen to this response.
Porque tenemos hambre.
She just said, porque tenemos hambre. Porque tenemos hambre means because we are hungry. In a future lesson, we will learn the Spanish verb tener. For right now, I just want you to be aware that tener hambre means to be hungry. Speaking to a friend, how do you ask, what do you want to eat?
¿Qué quieres comer tú? ¿Qué? ¿Qué quieres comer?
Again, speaking to a friend, ask, what do you want to eat?
¿Qué quieres comer?
And if speaking to Señor Chávez, how do you ask, what do you want to eat?
¿Qué quiere comer usted?
And if speaking about a group that only consists of females, ask, what do they want to eat?
¿Qué quieren comer ellas? Quieren. ¿Qué quieren comer?
And if speaking about a group that consists of both males and females, ask, what do they want to eat?
¿Qué quieren comer ellos? Quieren. ¿Qué quieren comer?
Again, how do you ask, what do they want to eat?
¿Qué quieren comer?
Do you know how to say fish in Spanish, as in a plate of fried fish?
Pescado. Pescado.
Again, how do you say fish?
Pescado. Pescado.
Again, ask, what do they want to eat?
¿Qué quieren comer?
Respond, they want to eat fish.
Ellos quieren comer pescado. Quieren. Quieren comer pescado.
Again, say, they want to eat fish.
Quieren comer pescado.
Speaking to an amigo or amiga, say, you want to eat fish.
Tú quieres comer pescado.
Do you know how to say the Spanish verb to do or to make?
Hacer. Hacer.
Again, how do you say the verb to do or to make?
Hacer. Hacer.
Speaking to an amigo, ask, what do you want to do?
¿Qué quieres hacer?
Again, how do you ask, what do you want to do?
¿Qué quieres hacer?
You are not sure if you heard the question. Ask, what do I want to do?
¿Qué quiero hacer yo?
Listen only this time.
Sí. ¿Qué quieres hacer tú?
Respond, I want to eat.
Quiero comer.
Now say, I want to eat in a restaurant.
Quiero comer en un restaurante.
Now, listen to this question.
¿Cuándo quieres comer en un restaurante?
Say, now.
Ya.
Say, I want to eat in a restaurant now.
Quiero comer en un restaurante ya.
How do you ask? What do you guys want to do?
¿Qué quieren hacer ustedes? Quieren. ¿Qué quieren hacer?
Again, how do you ask? What do you guys want to do?
¿Qué quieren hacer?
Respond, we do not want to eat.
Nosotros no queremos comer. Queremos. No queremos comer.
Again, how do you say, we do not want to eat?
No queremos comer.
If speaking to Señor Vargas, how do you ask, what do you want to do?
¿Qué quiere hacer usted?
Now, listen to his response.
No sé.
Señor Vargas just said, no sé. No sé means I don't know. This is the end of Lección 2. If you were able to get 80% or more of the responses correct in this lesson, then you're ready to move on to Lección 3. If not, listen to this lesson until you are able to get 80% or more of the responses correct. Fast Lane Spanish, Lección 3, Lesson 3. In this lesson, we will learn some helpful vocabulary for sightseeing in a Spanish-speaking country. We will also learn some prepositional phrases in Spanish. This is how you say the phrase, to the right of. Listen and repeat.
A la derecha de. De. Derecha de. La derecha de. A la derecha de.
In the phrase a la derecha de, which word do you think means right?
Derecha. Derecha.
Again, how do you say to the right of?
A la derecha de. A la derecha de.
This is how you say statue, as in the Statue of Liberty. Listen and repeat.
Estatua. Estatua.
And how do you say the statue?
La estatua. La estatua.
Now ask the question, where is it?
¿Dónde está? Está. ¿Dónde está?
Now ask, where is the statue?
¿Dónde está la estatua?
Again, how do you ask, where is the statue?
¿Dónde está la estatua?
Listen to the male speaker's response.
La estatua está a la derecha de la fuente.
He just said, la estatua está a la derecha de la fuente. La estatua está a la derecha de la fuente means the statue is to the right of the fountain. Fuente is the Spanish word for fountain or water fountain. This is how you say fountain or water fountain. Listen and repeat.
Fuente. Fuente.
Now say, the water fountain.
La fuente. La fuente.
How do you ask, where is the statue?
¿Dónde está la estatua?
Say, it is to the right of the fountain.
Está a la derecha de la fuente. Fuente. De la fuente. Está a la derecha de la fuente.
Again, how do you say, it is to the right of the fountain?
Está a la derecha de la fuente.
Ask again, where is the statue?
¿Dónde está la estatua?
This time, respond, the statue is to the right of the fountain.
La estatua está a la derecha de la fuente.
Again, how do you say, the statue is to the right of the fountain?
La estatua está a la derecha de la fuente.
Now ask, where is the fountain?
¿Dónde está la fuente?
Listen to the male speaker's response.
La fuente está a la izquierda de la estatua.
He just said, La fuente está a la izquierda de la estatua. La fuente está a la izquierda de la estatua means the fountain is to the left of the statue. This is how you say the phrase to the left of. Listen and repeat.
A la izquierda de. De. Izquierda de. La izquierda de. A la izquierda de.
In the phrase a la izquierda de, which word do you think means left?
Izquierda. Izquierda.
Again, how do you say to the left of?
A la izquierda de. A la izquierda de.
How do you ask, where is the fountain?
¿Dónde está la fuente?
Say, it is to the left of the statue.
Está a la izquierda de la estatua. A la izquierda de. Está a la izquierda de la estatua.
Again, how do you say it is to the left of the statue?
Está a la izquierda de la estatua.
Ask again, where is the fountain?
¿Dónde está la fuente?
Respond, the fountain is to the left of the statue.
La fuente está a la izquierda de la estatua.
Again, how do you say, the fountain is to the left of the statue?
La fuente está a la izquierda de la estatua.
This is how you say bridge, as in the castle is near the bridge. Listen and repeat.
Puente. Puente.
And how do you say the bridge?
El puente. El puente.
Be careful not to confuse the Spanish words fuente and puente. fuente means fountain or water fountain, and puente means bridge. So that you do not confuse the two, it may be helpful to remember that fuente starts with the letter F or F, just like the English word fountain. Keep in mind that fuente or fountain is a feminine word, la fuente, and puente or bridge is a masculine word, el puente. Again, how do you say the bridge?
El puente.
Now ask, where is the bridge?
¿Dónde está el puente?
Respond, the bridge is to the left of the fountain.
El puente está a la izquierda de la fuente.
Again, how do you say, the bridge is to the left of the fountain?
El puente está a la izquierda de la fuente.
And how would you say, the bridge is to the right of the fountain?
El puente está a la derecha de la fuente.
And how would you say, the bridge is to the right of the statue?
El puente está a la derecha de la estatua.
Ask again, where is the bridge?
¿Dónde está el puente?
Listen to the male speaker's response.
El puente está cerca de la iglesia.
He just said, el puente está cerca de la iglesia. El puente está cerca de la iglesia means the bridge is close to the church. This is how you say the phrase close to. Listen and repeat.
Cerca de. De. Cerca de.
Instead of the phrase cerca de, you may also hear Spanish speakers use the diminutive of cerca de and say cerquita de. For example, el puente está cerquita de la iglesia. The bridge is close to the church. But in this lesson, we will use the phrase cerca de in order to say close to. Again, how do you say the phrase close to?
Cerca de. Cerca de.
This is how you say castle, as in the castle is near the bridge. Listen and repeat.
Castillo. Castillo.
And how do you say the castle?
El castillo. El castillo.
Now ask, where is the castle?
¿Dónde está el castillo?
How would you respond, "It is close"?
Está cerca. Cerca. Está cerca.
And how would you respond, "The castle is close"?
El castillo está cerca.
Ask again, "Where is the castle?"
¿Dónde está el castillo?
Now respond, "It is close to the bridge."
Está cerca del puente. Del puente. Está cerca del puente.
Did you notice that the Spanish word el combines with the Spanish word de in order to form del? Del is one of the two contractions that are formed in Spanish. The other contraction is al. With the Spanish contraction al, the Spanish word a combines with the Spanish word el in order to form al. We'll learn about the contraction al in a later lesson. For now, keep in mind that the Spanish word el combines with the Spanish word de in order to form the contraction del. Again, how do you say, "It is close to the bridge"?
Está cerca del puente. Del puente. Está cerca del puente.
Now respond, "The castle is close to the bridge."
El castillo está cerca del puente.
And how do you say the castle is close to the fountain?
El castillo está cerca de la fuente.
Now say, "The castle is close to the statue."
El castillo está cerca de la estatua.
Ask again, "Where is the castle?"
¿Dónde está el castillo?
Listen to the male speaker's response.
Está enfrente del monumento.
He just said, "Está enfrente del monumento." Está enfrente del monumento means it's in front of the monument. This is how you say the phrase "in front of." Listen and repeat.
Enfrente de. Enfrente. Enfrente de.
Instead of the phrase "enfrente de," you may also hear some Spanish speakers use the phrase "delante de" in order to say "in front of." For example, "El castillo está delante del monumento." But in this lesson, we'll use the phrase "enfrente de" in order to say "in front of." Again, how do you say the phrase "in front of"?
Enfrente de. Enfrente. Enfrente de.
This is how you say monument, as in, the monument is near the bridge. Listen and repeat.
Monumento. Monumento.
And how do you say the monument?
El monumento.
Now ask, where is the monument?
¿Dónde está el monumento?
Respond, it is in front of the castle.
Está enfrente del castillo. Del. Enfrente del castillo. Está enfrente del castillo.
Again, how do you say, it is in front of the castle?
Está enfrente del castillo.
Ask again, where is the monument?
¿Dónde está el monumento?
Respond, the monument is in front of the castle.
El monumento está enfrente del castillo.
And how do you say, the monument is near the castle?
El monumento está cerca del castillo.
Now say, the monument is near the fountain.
El monumento está cerca de la fuente.
Now ask, where is the fountain?
¿Dónde está la fuente?
Listen to the male speaker's response.
Está detrás de la catedral.
He just said, está detrás de la catedral. Está detrás de la catedral means it's behind the cathedral. This is how you say behind or in back of. Listen and repeat.
Detrás de. Detrás. Detrás de.
Again, how do you say behind or in back of?
Detrás de. Detrás de.
This is how you say cathedral. Listen and repeat.
Catedral. Catedral.
And how do you say the cathedral?
La catedral. La catedral.
Now ask, where is the cathedral?
¿Dónde está la catedral?
Respond, it is behind the castle.
Está detrás del castillo. Detrás de. Está detrás del castillo.
Now say, it is behind the fountain.
Está detrás de la fuente. De la fuente. Está detrás de la fuente.
Ask again, where is the cathedral?
¿Dónde está la catedral?
Now respond, the cathedral is behind the fountain.
La catedral está detrás de la fuente.
And how do you say, the cathedral is near the castle?
La catedral está cerca del castillo.
Now say, the monument is near the fountain.
El monumento está cerca de la fuente.
This is the end of Lección 3. If you were able to get 80% or more of the responses correct in this lesson, then you're ready to move on to Lección 4. If not, listen to this lesson until you are able to get 80% or more of the responses correct. Fast Lane Spanish, Lección 4, Lesson 4. Before moving on to the next topic, let's learn some more prepositional phrases that will help you express the locations of objects. This is how you say under or underneath, as in the dictionary is underneath the table. Listen and repeat.
Debajo de. De. Debajo de.
Again, how do you say under or underneath?
Debajo de. Debajo de.
This is how you say dictionary. Listen and repeat.
Diccionario. Diccionario.
And how do you say the dictionary?
El diccionario.
Now ask the question, where is it?
¿Dónde está?
Now ask, where is the dictionary?
¿Dónde está el diccionario?
Do you remember how to say table?
Mesa. Mesa.
Ask again, where is the dictionary?
¿Dónde está el diccionario?
Say, it is under the table.
Está debajo de la mesa.
Again, say, it is under the table.
Está debajo de la mesa.
And now say, the dictionary is under the table.
El diccionario está debajo de la mesa.
And how do you say, the book is under the table?
El libro está debajo de la mesa.
Now, let's learn how to say the preposition on top of. Listen and repeat.
Encima de. De. Encima de.
Again, how do you say on top of?
Encima de. Encima de.
Now ask, where is the dictionary?
¿Dónde está el diccionario?
Say, it is on top of the table.
Está encima de la mesa. Encima de. Está encima de la mesa.
Again, say, it is on top of the table.
Está encima de la mesa.
And now say, the dictionary is on top of the table.
El diccionario está encima de la mesa.
And how do you say, the dictionary is under the table?
El diccionario está debajo de la mesa.
Let's now learn the names of some articles of ropa, or clothing. We will also learn how to show possession in Spanish. In both Spanish and English, you can show possession by using either possessive adjectives or possessive pronouns. Let's now learn about possessive adjectives. Just like other adjectives, possessive adjectives come before the noun that they modify. For example, mi abrigo, my coat. Tu blusa, your blouse. The Spanish language has two forms of los adjetivos posesivos, or possessive adjectives, short forms and long forms. Keep in mind that possessive adjectives must agree in gender and in number with the noun that the possessive adjective modifies. You'll see what I mean in this lesson. The short form possessive adjectives consist of a single word, and the short form possessive adjectives are mi, mis, tu, tus, su, sus, nuestro, nuestra, nuestros, nuestras, su, sus. This is how you say coat, as in the coat is mine. Listen and repeat.
Abrigo. Abrigo.
Again, how do you say coat?
Abrigo. Abrigo.
This is how you say the possessive adjective my, as in my coat. Listen and repeat.
Mi. Mi.
And how do you say my coat?
Mi abrigo. Mi abrigo.
Again, how do you say my coat?
Mi abrigo.
This is how you say the possessive adjective your, as in your coat, when speaking to someone you normally address by their first name. Listen and repeat.
Tu. Tu.
And how do you say your coat?
Tu abrigo. Tu abrigo.
Again, how do you say your coat?
Tu abrigo.
As a reminder, possessive adjectives must agree in gender and in number with the noun that the possessive adjective modifies. Now say, your coats.
Tus abrigos. Tus. Tus abrigos.
Again, how do you say your coats?
Tus abrigos.
Now say the phrase my coats.
Mis abrigos. Mis. Mis abrigos.
Again, how do you say my coats?
Mis abrigos.
This is how you say jacket, as in this is my jacket. Listen and repeat.
Chaqueta. Chaqueta.
Again, how do you say jacket?
Chaqueta. Chaqueta.
This is how you say the possessive adjective your, as in your jacket, when speaking to someone you normally address by señor or señora. Listen and repeat.
Su. Su.
And how do you say your jacket when speaking to someone you normally address by señor or señora?
Su chaqueta. Su chaqueta.
Again, how do you say your jacket when speaking to someone you normally address by señor or señora?
Su chaqueta.
And if speaking to Señora Rodriguez, how do you say your jackets?
Sus chaquetas. Sus chaquetas.
Again, if speaking to Señora Rodriguez, how do you say your jackets?
Sus chaquetas.
And how do you say my jacket?
Mi chaqueta.
Now say my jackets.
Mis chaquetas.
And how do you say my coats and my jackets?
Mis abrigos y mis chaquetas.
Again, how do you say my coats and my jackets?
Mis abrigos y mis chaquetas.
I want you to be aware that the possessive adjectives su and sus can mean his, her, or your when speaking to someone who you normally address by señor or señora, or when speaking to more than one person. And su and sus can also mean its or their. The context of the conversation should give you some guidance. This is how you say sweater, as in, this is his sweater. Listen and repeat.
Suéter. Suéter.
How do you say the sweater?
El suéter. El suéter.
How do you say his sweater?
Su suéter. Su suéter.
Again, how do you say his sweater?
Su suéter.
Now say his sweaters.
Sus suéteres. Sus suéteres.
Again, how do you say his sweaters?
Sus suéteres.
Now say my sweaters.
Mis suéteres.
This is how you say the possessive adjective our, as in, this is our favorite suit. Listen and repeat.
Nuestro. Nuestro.
Again, how do you say our?
nuestro, nuestro.
This is how you say suit, as in, this is my suit for work. Listen and repeat.
Traje. Traje.
And how do you say the suit?
El traje. El traje.
Now say the phrase, our suit.
Nuestro traje.
And how do you say our suits?
Nuestros trajes. Nuestros trajes.
Again, how do you say our suits?
Nuestros trajes.
And if speaking to an amigo, how do you say your suits?
Tus trajes.
This is how you say belt, as in, we should fasten our belts. Listen and repeat the word for belt.
Correa. Correa.
Instead of the word correa, you may also hear Spanish speakers say the word cinturón for belt. But in this lesson, we will not use the word cinturón in order to say belt. Instead, we will use the word correa. Again, how do you say belt?
Correa. Correa.
As a reminder, possessive adjectives must agree in gender and in number with the noun that the possessive adjective modifies. Now say the phrase, our belt.
Nuestra correa. Nuestra. Nuestra correa.
Again, how do you say our belt?
Nuestra correa.
And how do you say our belts?
Nuestras correas. Nuestras correas.
Again, how do you say our belts?
Nuestras correas.
And how do you say my belts?
Mis correas.
And if speaking to Señora Gutiérrez, how do you say your belts?
Sus correas.
This is how you say pajamas, as in, I told you to put on your pajamas. Listen and repeat.
Pijama. Pijama.
I want you to be aware that in some Spanish-speaking countries, the word is written and pronounced as pijama. I also want you to be aware that in some Spanish-speaking countries, the Spanish word for pajamas is masculine and in other countries it is feminine. In this lesson, we will use the pronunciation pijama. And how do you think you'd say my pajamas?
Mi pijama. Mi pijama.
Did you notice that in Spanish, the word for pajamas is singular, pijama? Again, how do you say my pajamas?
Mi pijama.
This is how you say the possessive adjective your when speaking to more than one person. Listen and repeat.
Su. Su.
As a reminder, the possessive adjectives su and sus can mean his, her, or your when speaking to someone whom you normally address by señor or señora, or when speaking to more than one person. And su and sus can also mean its or their. The context of the conversation should give you some guidance. Again, how do you say your when speaking to more than one person?
Su. Su.
This is how you say scarf, as in, I told you guys to put on your scarves because it is cold. Listen and repeat the word for scarf.
Bufanda. Bufanda.
And how do you say your scarves when speaking to more than one person?
Sus bufandas. Sus bufandas.
Again, how do you say your scarves when speaking to more than one person?
Sus bufandas.
This is how you say the possessive adjective their, as in, they will wash their own underwear. Listen and repeat.
Su. Su.
This is how you say underwear. Listen and repeat.
Ropa interior. Interior. Ropa interior.
Again, how do you say underwear?
Ropa interior.
Now say the phrase their underwear.
Su ropa interior.
Now say the phrase their coats.
Sus abrigos.
And now say their jackets.
Sus chaquetas.
And how do you say the phrase their belts?
Sus correas.
This is the end of Lección 4. If you were able to get 80% or more of the responses correct in this lesson, then you're ready to move on to Lección 5. If not, listen to this lesson until you are able to get 80% or more of the responses correct. Lección 5. Lesson 5. In this lesson, we will learn some possessive adjectives in Spanish. We will also learn the names of some items of jewelry in Spanish. Here's a list of possessive adjectives in English. My, your, his, her, its, our, their. Possessive adjectives are used in order to show ownership. In Latin American Spanish, there are basically 4 possessive adjectives: mi, tú, su, and nuestro. 3 of the above possessive adjectives only have 2 forms, singular and plural: mi, mis, tú, tus, su, sus. The possessive adjective mi, tú, and su do not have masculine and feminine forms. That is, they stay the same, regardless of the gender of the nouns that they modify. However, the possessive adjective nuestro has 4 forms: nuestro, nuestra, nuestros, nuestras. That's because the possessive adjective nuestro has singular, plural, masculine, and feminine forms. It's important to know that possessive adjectives agree with the nouns that they modify. In other words, they agree with the thing possessed, not the possessor. Here are some examples. Mi revista, my magazine. Mis revistas, my magazines. Nuestra casa, our house. Nuestras casas, our houses. Let's learn now the names of some jewelry items while learning possessive adjectives. This is how you say watch, as in, he's wearing a gold watch. Listen and repeat.
reloj, reloj,
And how do you think you'd say the watch?
El reloj. El reloj.
Now, I want you to say my watch.
mi reloj, mi reloj,
And how do you say it's my watch?
Es mi reloj. Es mi reloj.
Now, say it's not my watch.
no es mi reloj,
Now, I want you to say my watches.
Mis relojes. Relojes. Mis relojes.
Since possessive adjectives agree with the nouns that they modify, you say mi reloj for my watch. But you must say mis relojes for my watches. Again, how do you say my watches?
mis relojes, mis relojes.
And how do you say they are my watches?
Son mis relojes.
Now say they are not my watches.
No son mis relojes.
This is how you say bracelet in Spanish, as in, she's wearing her favorite bracelet. Listen and repeat.
Pulsera. Pulsera.
And how do you think you'd say the bracelet?
La pulsera.
Speaking to someone who you normally address by their first name, say the phrase your bracelet?
Tu pulsera. Tu. Tu pulsera.
Again, when speaking to someone you normally address by their first name, how do you say your bracelet?
Tu pulsera.
And how do you say it's your bracelet?
Es tu pulsera.
Now say, it's not your bracelet.
No es tu pulsera.
Now I want you to say your bracelets.
Tus pulseras. Tus. Tus pulseras.
Again, how do you say your bracelets?
Tus pulseras. Tus pulseras.
And how do you say my bracelet?
Mi pulsera.
Now I want you to tell me how do you say my bracelets?
Mis pulseras. Mis. Mis pulseras.
This is how you say chain in Spanish, as in, he's wearing a gold chain on his neck. Listen and repeat.
Cadena. Cadena.
And how do you think you'd say the chain?
La cadena.
Speaking to Señor Ramírez, how would you say your chain?
Su cadena. Su. Su cadena.
Su has the following meanings: his, her, their, and your, when speaking formally. Usually, it will be clear from the context of the conversation if su means his, her, their, or the formal possessive adjective for your. However, if the meaning of su is not clear from the context of the conversation, a prepositional phrase is used in place of su. Some of the prepositional phrases that may replace su are de él, de ella, de usted, de ellos. For example, estoy llevando el reloj de él. I am wearing his watch. La abuela tiene la pulsera de ella. The grandmother has her bracelet. Él perdió la cadena de usted. He lost your chain. Yo vendí los aretes de ellos. I sold their earrings. Again, if speaking to Señor Ramírez, how do you say your chain?
Su cadena.
And how do you say it is your chain?
Es su cadena.
Now say, it is not your chain.
No es su cadena.
And if speaking to Señor Ramírez, how do you say your chains?
Sus cadenas. Sus cadenas.
Again, how do you say your chains?
Sus cadenas.
And if speaking to Señor Ramírez, how do you say your watch?
Su reloj.
And if speaking to Señora Ramírez, how do you say your bracelets?
Sus pulseras.
Now, I want you to say her bracelets.
Sus pulseras.
Did you remember that su has the following meanings? His, her, their, and the formal possessive adjective for your. Although su can also mean the possessive adjective their in conversational Spanish, you are more likely to hear Spanish speakers say the phrases de ellos or de ellas. Now, I want you to say his watches.
Sus relojes.
This is how you say earrings, as in, she's wearing an expensive pair of earrings. Listen and repeat.
Aretes. Aretes.
And how do you think you'd say the earrings?
Los aretes.
And if referring to just one earring, how do you say the earring?
El arete.
Besides the Spanish word arete, you may also hear Spanish speakers using the word pendiente in order to say earring. But in this lesson, we will use the word arete in order to say earring. Again, how do you say the earrings?
Los aretes.
How do you think you'd say our earrings?
Nuestros aretes. Nuestros. Nuestros aretes.
Again, how do you say our earrings?
Nuestros aretes.
Now say, they are our earrings.
Son nuestros aretes.
Now say, they are not our earrings.
No son nuestros aretes.
And if referring to just one earring, how do you say our earring?
Nuestro arete. Nuestro. Nuestro arete.
Again, how do you say our earring?
Nuestro arete.
How do you think you'd say our bracelets?
Nuestras pulseras. Nuestras. Nuestras pulseras.
Again, how do you say our bracelets?
Nuestras pulseras.
Did you remember that the possessive adjective nuestro must match the gender of the noun it modifies? So, in order to say our earrings, you must say nuestros aretes. And in order to say our bracelets, you must say nuestras pulseras. Now tell me, how do you say our chains?
Nuestras cadenas.
Referring to just one chain, tell me, how do you say our chain?
Nuestra cadena.
This is how you say ring, as in, she is not wearing a ring on her finger because her ring is in the pawn shop. Listen and repeat.
Anillo. Anillo.
And how do you think you'd say the rings?
Los anillos.
Besides the Spanish word anillo, you may also hear Spanish speakers use the word sortija in order to say ring. But in this lesson, we will use the word anillo in order to say ring. And by the way, the Spanish phrase for pawn shop is casa de empeños, and the Spanish verb for to pawn is empeñar. Now I want you to say my ring.
Mi anillo. Mi anillo.
Again, how do you say my ring?
Mi anillo.
Now tell me, how do you say my rings?
Mis anillos.
Speaking to an amigo or amiga, how do you say your ring?
Tu anillo. Tu anillo.
Again, how do you say your ring?
Tu anillo.
Now tell me, how do you say your rings?
Tus anillos.
Speaking to Señor Vázquez, how do you say your watch?
Su reloj. Su reloj.
Now tell me how to say his watch.
Su reloj.
Did you remember that su has the following meanings? His, her, their, and the formal possessive adjective for your. Now I want you to say his rings.
Sus anillos.
And how do you say her rings?
Sus anillos.
And how do you say our earrings?
Nuestros aretes. Nuestros aretes.
You may find it helpful to know that the Spanish word for jewelry is joya. The Spanish word for jewelry store is joyería. And the Spanish word for jewelry box is joyero. Joyero can also refer to someone who sells or designs jewelry. This is the end of Lección 5. If you were able to get 80% or more of the responses correct in this lesson, then you are ready to move on to Lección 6. If not, listen to this lesson until you are able to get 80% or more of the responses correct. Lección 6. Lesson 6. In this lesson, we will learn some possessive pronouns in Spanish. In this lesson, we will also review the possessive adjectives that you learned in the previous lesson. And we will learn the names of some eating utensils in Spanish. Possessive pronouns are used to replace the nouns that name the owner of an object and the object itself. In Spanish, possessive pronouns are placed after a conjugated verb, which is usually the verb ser. Possessive pronouns are more commonly used in English than they are used in Spanish. Here are some examples of possessive pronouns in English: mine, yours, his, hers, its, ours, theirs. Since possessive pronouns indicate both the object owned as well as the owner, they agree with the object owned in number and gender. Let's now learn some vocabulary words that are helpful to know if you're dining in a restaurant in Latin America. This is how you say fork in Spanish, as in, I asked the waiter for a knife and fork. Listen and repeat.
Tenedor. Tenedor.
And how would you say the fork?
El tenedor. El tenedor.
Now I want you to say my fork.
Mi tenedor. Mi tenedor.
Again, how do you say my fork?
Mi tenedor.
Now I want you to say it is my fork.
Es mi tenedor. Es mi tenedor.
Again, how do you say it is my fork?
Es mi tenedor.
And now say, it is not my fork.
No es mi tenedor. No es mi tenedor.
Now I want you to say, they are my forks.
Son mis tenedores. Tenedores. Son mis tenedores.
Again, how do you say, they are my forks?
Son mis tenedores.
And now say, they are not my forks.
No son mis tenedores.
Referring to a masculine object such as tenedor, this is how you say, it is mine. Listen and repeat.
Es mío. Mío. Es mío.
How do you say, it is mine?
Es mío.
In the phrase es mío, which word means mine?
Mío. Mío.
Referring to two or more forks, say, they are mine.
Son míos. Míos. Son míos.
Again, how do you say, they are mine?
Son míos.
And now say, they are not mine.
No son míos.
Referring to a feminine object such as a pulsera or bracelet, how would you say, it is mine?
Es mía. Mía. Es mía.
Again, referring to a feminine object such as a pulsera or bracelet, how do you say, it is mine?
Es mía.
Now say, it is not mine.
No es mía.
In the phrase es mía, which word means mine?
Mía. Mía.
Do you know the Spanish word for dish or plate?
Plato. Plato.
Again, how do you say dish or plate?
Plato. Plato.
Referring to a plato or plate, how do you say, it is mine?
Es mío. Es mío.
Referring to two or more platos, say they are mine.
Son míos. Son míos.
Now say, they are not mine.
No son míos.
This is how you say spoon in Spanish, as in, I prefer to eat the fruit with a spoon. Listen and repeat.
Cuchara. Cuchara.
You may find it helpful to know that the Spanish word for large spoons, such as the type of spoon that you would use to serve soup, is called cucharón. Now tell me, how would you say the spoon?
La cuchara. La cuchara.
Now I want you to say my spoon.
Mi cuchara.
Now I want you to say it is my spoon.
Es mi cuchara.
And how do you say it is not my spoon?
No es mi cuchara.
Now tell me, how do you say they are my spoons?
Son mis cucharas. Mis. Son mis cucharas.
Again, how do you say they are my spoons?
Son mis cucharas.
Referring to a spoon, how do you say it is mine?
Es mía. Es mía.
Again, referring to a cuchara, say it is mine.
Es mía.
Referring to a cuchara, say it is not mine.
No es mía.
Referring to two or more cucharas, now say they are mine.
Son mías. Mías. Son mías.
Again, referring to two or more cucharas, how do you say they are mine?
Son mías.
By the way, it is a common mistake for English speakers to refer to eating utensils as utensilios. The Spanish word utensilios actually means kitchen utensils or cooking utensils, which may include pots, pans, spoons, etc. The proper Spanish word for eating utensils is cubiertos. This is how you say teaspoon in Spanish, as in, I need a teaspoon, not a spoon. Listen and repeat.
Cucharita. Cucharita.
And how would you say the teaspoon?
La cucharita. La cucharita.
I want you to be aware that some Spanish speakers will use the word cucharilla instead of cucharita. But in this lesson, we will use the word cucharita instead of cucharilla in order to say teaspoon. You may find it helpful to know that the Spanish word for spoonful is cucharada. For example, ella toma el café con 3 cucharadas de azúcar. She drinks coffee with 3 spoonfuls of sugar. You may also find it helpful to know that the Spanish word for teaspoonful is cucharadita. Now, imagine that you are speaking to an amigo or amiga. How do you say your teaspoon?
Tu cucharita. Tu cucharita.
Now I want you to say, it is your teaspoon.
Es tu cucharita.
And how do you say, it is not your teaspoon?
No es tu cucharita.
Now I want you to say, they are your teaspoons.
Son tus cucharitas. Tus. Son tus cucharitas.
Again, when speaking to an amigo or amiga, how do you say, they are your teaspoons?
Son tus cucharitas.
Now say, they are not your teaspoons.
No son tus cucharitas.
Referring to a feminine object such as a cuchara or cucharita, and when speaking to an amigo or amiga, this is how you say, it is yours. Listen and repeat.
Es tuya. Tuya. Es tuya.
Again, when speaking to an amigo or amiga, and when referring to a cucharita, how do you say it is yours?
Es tuya.
In the phrase es tuya, which word means yours?
Tuya. Tuya.
Now say, it is not yours.
No es tuya.
When referring to more than one cucharita, how do you say, they are yours?
Son tuyas. Tuyas. Son tuyas.
Again, when referring to more than one cucharita, how do you say, they are yours?
Son tuyas.
And when referring to more than one cucharita, how do you say, they are not yours?
No son tuyas.
And when referring to a masculine object such as a tenedor or fork, and when speaking to an amigo or amiga, how do you say, it is yours?
Es tuyo. Tuyo. Es tuyo.
Again, referring to a tenedor, how do you say, it is yours?
Es tuyo.
In the phrase es tuyo, which word means yours?
Tuyo.
And when referring to a tenedor, when speaking to an amigo or amiga, how do you say, it is not yours?
No es tuyo.
Now tell me, when referring to more than one tenedor, and when speaking to an amigo or amiga, how do you say, they are yours?
Son tuyos. Tuyos. Son tuyos.
Again, when referring to more than one tenedor, how do you say, they are yours?
Son tuyos.
Speaking to a friend, how do you say, they are not yours?
No son tuyos.
And when referring to a masculine object such as a tenedor, how do you say, it is mine?
Es mío.
This is the end of Lección 6. In Lección 7, we will continue learning possessive pronouns in Spanish. In Lección 7, we will also continue learning the names of some eating utensils and vocabulary words for dining in a restaurant. Before moving on to Lección 7, be sure that you are able to get 80% or more of the responses correct in this lesson. If not, listen to this lesson until you are able to get 80% or more of the responses correct. Fast Lane Spanish, Lección 7, Lesson 7. In this lesson, we will continue learning possessive pronouns in Spanish. We will also continue learning the names of some eating utensils in Spanish and vocabulary words for dining out in a restaurant in Latin America. Let's review several key points about possessive pronouns. Possessive pronouns are used to replace the nouns that name the owner of an object and the object itself. In Spanish, possessive pronouns are placed after a conjugated verb, which is usually the verb ser. Possessive pronouns are more commonly used in English than they are used in Spanish. Since possessive pronouns indicate both the object owned as well as the owner, they agree with the object owned in number and gender. This is how you say knife in Spanish, as in, I need a knife to cut my steak. Listen and repeat.
Cuchillo. Cuchillo.
By the way, it's a common mistake for English speakers to call the knife that you eat with a navaja. A navaja is a folding knife, not the type of knife that you would eat with. Again, how do you say knife in Spanish, as in the type of knife you would use in order to cut your steak dinner?
Cuchillo. Cuchillo.
And how do you say the knife?
El cuchillo.
Now, imagine that you are speaking to Señor Fernández. How do you say, "It is your knife"?
Es su cuchillo. Es su cuchillo.
Again, speaking to Señor Fernández, how do you say, "It is your knife"?
Es su cuchillo.
Speaking to Señor Fernández, when referring to el cuchillo, how do you say, "It is yours"?
Es suyo. Suyo. Es suyo.
Again, imagine that you are speaking to Señor Fernández. When referring to el cuchillo, how do you say, "It is yours"?
Es suyo.
In the phrase es suyo, which word means yours?
Suyo.
And if speaking to Señor Fernández, when referring to el cuchillo, how do you say, "It is not yours"?
No es suyo.
And if speaking to Señor Fernández, when referring to una cucharita or teaspoon, how do you say, "It is yours"?
Es suya. Suya. Es suya.
When referring to una cucharita or teaspoon, how would you say to Señor Fernández, "It is not yours"?
No es suya.
And if referring to una cuchara or spoon, how do you say, "It is his"?
Es suya. Es suya.
Referring to una cuchara, now tell me, how do you say, "It is not his"?
No es suya.
Suyo, suyos, suya, and suyas have the following meanings: his, hers, its, theirs, and the formal possessive pronoun for yours. Usually, it will be clear from the context of the conversation if suyo means his, hers, yours, its, or theirs. Keep in mind that in conversational Spanish, you are more likely to hear Spanish speakers use the phrases de ellos and de ellas instead of suyo, suyos, suya, and suyas. Now tell me, when referring to una cucharita or teaspoon, how do you say, "It is hers"?
Es suya. Es suya.
When referring to una cucharita, how do you say, "It is not hers"?
No es suya.
When referring to more than one cucharita, how do you say, "They are hers"?
Son suyas. Suyas. Son suyas.
Again, when referring to more than one cucharita, how do you say they are hers?
Son suyas.
Did you remember that suya and suyas can mean his, hers, its, theirs, and yours when speaking to someone who you normally address by señor or señora? Now tell me, when referring to more than one cucharita, how do you say they are not hers?
No son suyas.
And when speaking to Señor Fernández, when referring to more than one cucharita, how do you say they are yours?
Son suyas.
Now tell me, when referring to masculine objects such as tenedores or cuchillos, how do you say they are hers?
Son suyos. Suyos. Son suyos.
And when referring to tenedores and cuchillos, how do you say they are his?
Son suyos.
And if speaking to Señora Muñoz when referring to tenedores and cuchillos, forks and knives, how do you say they are yours?
Son suyos.
When speaking to Señora Muñoz and when referring to tenedores and cuchillos, how do you say they are not yours?
No son suyos.
Keep in mind that possessive pronouns agree with the object owned in number and gender. In other words, they agree with the thing possessed, not the possessor. So it doesn't matter if the tenedores or forks belong to Señor Muñoz or Señora Muñoz. You still say the phrase son suyos in order to say they are yours. This is how you say coffee cup or teacup in Spanish. Listen and repeat.
Taza. Taza.
And how do you say the coffee cup or the teacup?
La taza. La taza.
Referring to una taza or coffee cup, how would you say it is ours?
Es nuestra. Nuestra. Es nuestra.
Again, referring to a feminine object such as la taza, how do you say it is ours?
Es nuestra.
In the phrase es nuestra, which word means ours?
Nuestra.
And if referring to a feminine object such as la taza, how do you say it is not ours?
No es nuestra.
And when referring to more than one taza or coffee cup, how do you say they are ours?
Son nuestras. Nuestras. Son nuestras.
Again, when referring to more than one taza, how do you say they are ours?
Son nuestras.
Now say, they are not ours.
No son nuestras.
This is how you say bowl, as in a bowl that you would use in order to eat soup or cereal. Listen and repeat.
Tazón. Tazón.
And how do you say the bowl?
El tazón. El tazón.
Referring to un tazón or a bowl, how would you say it is ours?
Es nuestro. Nuestro. Es nuestro.
Again, referring to el tazón, how do you say it is ours?
Es nuestro.
Now say it is not ours.
No es nuestro.
And when referring to more than one tazón or bowl, how do you say they are ours?
Son nuestros. Nuestros. Son nuestros.
Now say they are not ours.
No son nuestros.
Do you know the Spanish word for napkin? As in, he set the table with eating utensils and napkins.
Servilleta. Servilleta.
And how do you say the napkin?
La servilleta. La servilleta.
Speaking to an amigo or amiga, and when referring to a servilleta or napkin, how do you say it is yours?
Es tuya. Es tuya.
And how do you tell your amigo or amiga it is not yours?
No es tuya.
And when referring to several servilletas or napkins, how do you say they are mine?
Son mías. Son mías.
Referring to several servilletas or napkins, how do you say they are not mine?
No son mías.
This is the end of Lección 7. If you were able to get 80% or more of the responses correct in this lesson, then you are ready to move on to Lección 8. If not, Listen to this lesson until you are able to get 80% or more of the responses correct. Fast Lane Spanish. Lección 8. Lesson 8. Let's do an exercise where we will review the possessive adjectives, possessive pronouns, and vocabulary words for jewelry that you have learned in Spanish. In the following exercise, I will ask you a question in Spanish, and then you will respond in Spanish. Be sure that you make your response before the native Spanish speaker, and then repeat the correct answer after the native Spanish speaker makes the correct response. El reloj. Respond, "It's my watch."
Es mi reloj.
El reloj. Respond, "It's mine."
Es mío.
El reloj. Now respond, "It's not mine."
No es mío.
Los relojes. Respond, "They are my watches."
Son mis relojes.
Los relojes. Respond, "They are mine."
Son míos.
Los relojes. Now respond, "They are not mine."
No son míos.
La pulsera. Speaking to a friend, respond, "It's your bracelet."
Es tu pulsera.
La pulsera. Still speaking to an amigo or amiga, respond, "It's yours."
Es tuya.
La pulsera. Now respond, "It's not yours."
No es tuya.
Las pulseras. Respond, "They are your bracelets."
Son tus pulseras.
Las pulseras. Respond, "They are yours."
Son tuyas.
Las pulseras. Now respond, "They are not yours."
No son tuyas.
La cadena. Speaking to Señor Ramos, respond, "It's your chain."
Es su cadena.
La cadena. Still speaking to Señor Ramos, respond, "It's yours."
Es suya.
La cadena. Now respond, "It's not yours."
No es suya.
Las cadenas. Respond, "They are your chains."
Son sus cadenas.
Las cadenas. Respond, "They are yours."
Son suyas.
Las cadenas? Now respond, they are not yours.
No son suyas.
El arete? Respond, it's our earring.
Es nuestro arete.
El arete? Respond, it's ours.
Es nuestro.
El arete? Now respond, it's not ours.
No es nuestro.
Los aretes? Respond, they are our earrings.
Son nuestros aretes.
Los aretes? Respond, they are ours.
Son nuestros.
Los aretes? Now respond, they are not ours.
No son nuestros.
El anillo? Respond, it's her ring.
Es su anillo.
As a reminder, besides the Spanish word anillo, you may also hear Spanish speakers use the word sortija in order to say ring. But in this lesson, we will use the word anillo instead of sortija in order to say ring. Now, let's continue with the exercise. El anillo? Respond, it's hers.
Es suyo.
El anillo? Now respond, it's not hers.
No es suyo.
Los anillos? Respond, they are her rings.
Son sus anillos.
Los anillos? Respond, they are hers.
Son suyos.
Los anillos? Now respond, they are not hers.
No son suyos.
Let's now do an exercise where we will review possessive adjectives, possessive pronouns, and vocabulary words for eating utensils. El tenedor? Respond, it's my fork.
Es mi tenedor.
El tenedor? Respond, it's mine.
Es mío.
El tenedor? Now respond, it's not mine.
No es mío.
Los tenedores? Respond, they are my forks.
Son mis tenedores.
Los tenedores? Respond, they are mine.
Son míos.
Los tenedores? Now respond, they are not mine.
No son míos.
El plato? Respond, it's my plate.
Es mi plato.
El plato? Respond, it's mine.
Es mío.
El plato? Now respond, it's not mine.
No es mío.
Los platos? Respond, they are my dishes.
Son mis platos.
Los platos? Respond, they are mine.
Son míos.
Los platos? Now respond, they are not mine.
No son míos.
La cuchara? Respond, it's my spoon.
Es mi cuchara.
La cuchara? Respond, it's mine.
Es mía.
La cuchara? Now respond, it's not mine.
No es mía.
Las cucharas? Respond, they are my spoons.
Son mis cucharas.
Las cucharas? Respond, they are mine.
Son mías.
Las cucharas? Now respond, they are not mine.
No son mías.
La cucharita? Imagine that you are speaking to an amigo or amiga. Respond, it's your teaspoon.
Es tu cucharita.
La cucharita? Still speaking to an amigo or amiga, respond, it's yours.
Es tuya.
La cucharita? Now respond, it's not yours.
No es tuya.
Las cucharitas? Respond, they are your teaspoons.
Son tus cucharitas.
Las cucharitas? Respond, they are yours.
Son tuyas.
Las cucharitas? Now respond, they are not yours.
No son tuyas.
El cuchillo? Imagine that you are now speaking to Señor Chávez. How do you say, it is your knife?
Es su cuchillo.
El cuchillo, still speaking to Señor Chávez, respond, it's yours.
Es suyo.
El cuchillo, now respond, it's not yours.
No es suyo.
Los cuchillos, respond, they are your knives.
Son sus cuchillos.
Los cuchillos, respond, they are yours.
Son suyos.
Los cuchillos, now respond, they are not yours.
No son suyos.
La taza, respond, it's our coffee cup.
Es nuestra taza.
La taza, respond, it's ours.
Es nuestra.
La taza, now respond, it's not ours.
No es nuestra.
Las tazas, respond, they are our teacups.
Son nuestras tazas.
Las tazas, respond, they are ours.
Son nuestras.
Las tazas, now respond, they are not ours.
No son nuestras.
El tazón, respond, it's our bowl.
Es nuestro tazón.
El tazón, respond, it's ours.
Es nuestro.
El tazón, now respond, it's not ours.
No es nuestro.
Los tazones, respond, they are our bowls.
Son nuestros tazones.
Los tazones, respond, they are ours.
Son nuestros.
Los tazones, now respond, they are not ours.
No son nuestros.
This is the end of Lección 8. If you were able to get 80% or more of the responses correct in this lesson, then you are ready to move on to Lección 9. However, if you were not able to get 80% or more of the responses correct in this lesson, then you should review lessons 5, 6, and 7. And then repeat this lesson until you are able to get 80% or more of the responses correct.
Volcano Spanish Part 1. In this Spanish course, I will show you how to quickly and easily expand your Spanish vocabulary. You may find this hard to believe, but you already know literally thousands of Spanish words. When you finish with this Spanish course, you will have the tools you need in order to build an enormous Spanish vocabulary just by following a few simple rules and applying them to your knowledge of the English vocabulary. There are certain words that exist in both Spanish and English that are spelled the same way, or almost the same way, and that have the same meaning or very similar meanings. These words are called cognates. The Spanish language evolved from Latin over the last 2,000 years. Although the English language is not as closely related to Latin as Spanish, the English language still borrows thousands of words from Latin. Many of these words are the same words that Spanish uses. Spanish and English have also borrowed many words from Greek. As a result, Spanish and English have thousands of cognates in common. This is another reason why you can quickly build a huge Spanish vocabulary based on the English words that you already know. But be aware that there are certain words that have a common origin in Latin, but have very different meanings in Spanish and English. These words are called false cognates. You may have also heard the terms false friends or amigos falsos. But you should also be happy to know that the overwhelming majority of these words, which are spelled the same or almost the same, have similar meanings in the two languages. While learning these Spanish cognates, or Spanish words that are similar to English words, be aware that many of these words may also have a slightly different spelling from their English counterparts, and the pronunciation is normally a little different. All you have to do is make some slight changes in the spelling of many English words, and they become Spanish words. In fact, there are many Spanish words which are spelled exactly the same way as their English counterparts. In this lesson, you will learn about Spanish cognates consisting of 9 different groups. Let's begin with the group of Spanish cognates that end in the letters OR. These Spanish words which end in the letters OR are stressed on the last syllable. These words are usually spelled the same way in both Spanish and English. In terms of Spanish grammar, these words are masculine. For example, el color, the color, el motor, the motor, el error, the error, el doctor, the doctor. However, many of the Spanish words can also be made feminine just by adding the letter A at the end. For example, la doctora, the doctor or the female doctor, la autora, the author or the female author, la directora, the director or the female director. I will have plenty of interactive exercises for you in this program in order to help you reinforce the new Spanish words that you are learning. But right now, I want you to repeat some Spanish words after me. You will hear an English speaker say an English word, and then I will say the same word in Spanish. Repeat the Spanish word after me, and do your best to imitate my pronunciation.
Actor,
Actor,
aggressor,
agresor,
author,
autor,
censor,
censor,
co-author,
coautor,
color,
color,
conductor,
conductor,
director.
director. Are you making sure that you're repeating the Spanish word after me? And are you doing your best to copy my pronunciation? It is very important that you repeat the Spanish words after me if you want to develop proper pronunciation and an authentic Latin American Spanish accent. Continue repeating the Spanish word after me.
Doctor,
Doctor,
editor,
editor,
error,
error,
exterior,
exterior,
favor,
favor,
fervor,
fervor,
honor,
honor,
humor,
humor,
inferior,
inferior,
inspector,
inspector,
instructor,
instructor,
interior,
interior,
inventor,
inventor,
motor,
motor,
oppressor,
opresor,
pastor,
pastor,
professor,
profesor,
protector,
protector,
reflector,
reflector,
rumor,
rumor,
sector,
sector,
superior,
superior,
tenor,
tenor,
tractor,
tractor,
tumor,
tumor,
tutor,
tutor,
valor,
valor,
vapor,
vapor,
vigor.
vigor. Let's do an exercise. I will ask you, ¿cómo se dice blank en español? Which means, how do you say blank in Spanish? You will say the correct answer before I say the correct answer, and then you will repeat the correct answer after me. ¿Cómo se dice doctor en español? Doctor. ¿Cómo se dice honor en español? Honor. Are you making sure that you say the correct answer before I say the correct answer? And are you repeating the correct answer after me? ¿Cómo se dice vapor en español? Vapor. ¿Cómo se dice tutor en español? Tutor. ¿Cómo se dice rumor en español? Rumor. ¿Cómo se dice professor en español? Profesor. ¿Cómo se dice motor en español? Motor. ¿Cómo se dice humor en español? Humor. ¿Cómo se dice inventor en español? Inventor. ¿Cómo se dice inferior en español? Inferior. ¿Cómo se dice superior en español? Superior. Now we'll learn about another group of cognates. There are some English words that end with the letters TOR that you can easily turn into Spanish words, which end in the letters DOR. You simply drop the letters TOR from the ending of the English words and add the letters DOR. You will hear an English speaker say an English word, and then I will say the same word in Spanish. Repeat the Spanish word after me and do your best to imitate my pronunciation.
Accelerator,
Acelerador.
collaborator,
Colaborador.
creator,
Creador.
dictator,
Dictador.
educator,
Educador.
elevator,
Elevador.
generator,
Generador.
gladiator,
Gladiador.
investigator,
Investigador.
narrator,
Narrador.
operator,
Operador.
orator,
Orador.
radiator,
Radiador.
regulator,
Regulador.
ventilator,
ventilador. Let's practice now. I will ask you, ¿cómo se dice blank en español? Which means, how do you say blank in Spanish? You will say the correct answer before I say the correct answer, and then you will repeat the correct answer after me. ¿Cómo se dice creator en español? Creador. ¿Cómo se dice ventilator en español? Ventilador. Are you making sure that you say the correct answer before I say the correct answer? And are you repeating the correct answer after me? ¿Cómo se dice operator en español? Operador. ¿Cómo se dice investigator en español? Investigador. ¿Cómo se dice generator en español? Generador. ¿Cómo se dice educator en español? Educador. ¿Cómo se dice collaborator en español? Colaborador. ¿Cómo se dice narrator en español? Narrador. Let's now learn about a third group of cognates. It is very common for words that end in the letters AL to be identical in English and Spanish. You will hear an English speaker say an English word, and then I will say the same word in Spanish. Repeat the Spanish word after me, and do your best to imitate my pronunciation.
abdominal,
Abdominal.
accidental,
Accidental.
animal,
Animal.
annual,
Anual.
arsenal,
Arsenal.
artificial,
Artificial.
brutal,
Brutal.
canal,
Canal.
capital,
Capital.
cardinal,
Cardinal.
carnal,
Carnal.
cathedral,
Catedral.
central,
Central.
cereal,
Cereal.
ceremonial,
Ceremonial.
colonial,
Colonial.
colossal,
Colosal.
commercial,
Comercial.
conditional,
Condicional.
confidential,
Confidencial.
constitutional,
Constitucional.
continental,
Continental.
conventional,
Convencional.
choral,
Coral.
cordial,
Cordial.
corral,
Corral.
credential,
Credencial.
criminal,
Criminal.
crystal,
Cristal.
cultural,
Cultural.
decimal,
Decimal.
dental,
Dental.
editorial,
Editorial.
educational,
Educacional.
electoral,
Electoral.
elemental,
Elemental.
emotional,
Emocional.
episcopal,
episcopal,
essential,
esencial,
special,
especial,
exceptional,
excepcional,
experimental,
experimental,
facial,
facial,
fatal,
fatal,
federal,
federal,
festival,
festival,
final,
final,
formal,
formal,
fraternal,
fraternal,
frugal,
frugal,
fundamental,
fundamental,
funeral,
funeral,
general,
general,
gradual,
gradual,
grammatical,
gramatical,
guttural,
gutural,
horizontal,
horizontal,
hospital,
hospital,
ideal,
ideal,
illegal,
ilegal,
impartial,
imparcial,
imperial,
imperial,
industrial,
industrial,
infernal,
infernal,
informal,
informal,
initial,
inicial,
instrumental,
instrumental,
intellectual,
intelectual,
intentional,
intencional,
international,
internacional,
intestinal,
intestinal,
irrational,
irracional,
jovial,
jovial,
judicial,
judicial,
legal,
legal,
liberal,
liberal,
literal,
literal,
local,
local,
material,
material,
matrimonial,
matrimonial,
maternal,
maternal,
medicinal,
medicinal,
mental,
mental,
metal,
metal,
monumental,
monumental,
moral,
moral,
mortal,
mortal,
municipal,
municipal,
mural,
mural,
musical,
musical,
national,
nacional,
natural,
natural,
naval,
naval,
neutral,
neutral,
normal,
normal,
occasional,
ocasional,
official,
oficial,
oral,
oral,
oriental,
oriental,
original,
original,
ornamental,
ornamental,
partial,
parcial,
pastoral,
pastoral,
paternal,
paternal,
pedal,
pedal,
pedestal,
pedestal,
personal,
personal,
plural,
plural,
portal,
portal,
postal,
postal,
potential,
potencial,
principal,
principal,
professional,
profesional,
provincial,
provincial,
punctual,
puntual,
racial,
racial,
rational,
racional,
regional,
regional,
residential,
residencial,
rival,
rival,
rural,
rural,
sensational,
sensacional,
sensual,
sensual,
sentimental,
sentimental,
social,
social,
superficial,
superficial,
terminal,
terminal,
total,
total,
traditional,
tradicional,
trivial,
trivial,
tropical,
tropical,
universal,
universal,
usual,
usual,
vertical,
vertical,
visual,
visual,
vital,
vital,
vocal,
vocal. Let's practice now. I will ask you, ¿cómo se dice blank en español? You will say the correct answer before I say the correct answer, and then you will repeat the correct answer after me. ¿Cómo se dice traditional en español? Tradicional. ¿Cómo se dice criminal en español? Criminal. Are you making sure that you say the correct answer before I say the correct answer? And are you repeating the correct answer after me? ¿Cómo se dice confidential en español? Confidencial. ¿Cómo se dice industrial en español? Industrial. ¿Cómo se dice capital en español? Capital. ¿Cómo se dice total en español? Total. ¿Cómo se dice superficial en español? Superficial. ¿Cómo ¿Cómo se dice original en español? Original. ¿Cómo se dice social en español? Social. ¿Cómo se dice regional en español? Regional. Let's now learn about another group of cognates. There are some English words that end with the letters CAL, and their Spanish counterparts end with the letters CO. You will hear an English speaker say an English word, and then I will say the same word in Spanish. Repeat the Spanish word after me, and do your best to imitate my pronunciation.
Classical.
Clásico.
Comical.
Cómico.
Economical.
Económico.
Ethical.
Ético.
Physical.
Físico.
Historical.
Histórico.
Hysterical.
Histérico.
Identical.
Idéntico.
Mechanical.
Mecánico.
Medical.
Médico.
Methodical.
Metódico.
Political.
Político.
Practical.
Práctico.
Technical.
Técnico.
Typical.
Típico. Let's practice. I will ask you ¿Cómo se dice blank en español? You will respond by saying the correct answer before I say it, and then you will repeat the correct answer after me. ¿Cómo se dice practical en español? Práctico. ¿Cómo se dice medical en español? Médico. ¿Cómo se dice typical en español? Típico. ¿Cómo se dice political en español? Político. ¿Cómo se dice classical en español? Clásico. ¿Cómo se dice economical en español? Económico. ¿Cómo se dice physical en español? Físico. ¿Cómo se dice identical en español? Idéntico. ¿Cómo se dice technical en español? Técnico. ¿Cómo se dice mechanical en español? Mecánico. The fifth group of Spanish words, which are similar to English words that you already know, end in the letters BLE. Spanish words that end in the letters BLE are stressed on the next to last syllable. You will usually find that the words are identical in the two languages. You will hear an English speaker say an English word, and then I will say the same word in Spanish. Repeat the Spanish word after me and do your best to imitate my pronunciation.
Abominable.
Abominable.
Acceptable.
Aceptable.
Accessible.
Accesible.
Adaptable.
Adaptable.
Admirable.
Admirable.
Admissible.
Admisible.
Adorable.
Adorable.
Cable.
Cable.
Comparable.
Comparable.
Compatible.
Compatible.
Curable.
Curable.
Deplorable.
deplorable,
detestable,
detestable,
durable,
durable,
explicable,
explicable,
horrible,
horrible,
favorable,
favorable,
flexible,
flexible,
formidable,
formidable,
imaginable,
imaginable,
imperceptible,
imperceptible,
impenetrable,
impenetrable,
impossible,
imposible,
impregnable,
impregnable,
improbable,
improbable,
inalterable,
inalterable,
incomparable,
incomparable,
incompatible,
incompatible,
incurable,
incurable,
ineffable,
inefable,
inestimable,
inestimable,
inevitable,
inevitable,
inexplicable,
inexplicable,
infallible,
infalible,
inflammable,
inflamable,
inimitable,
inimitable,
insatiable,
insaciable,
inseparable,
inseparable,
interminable,
interminable,
intolerable,
intolerable,
invisible,
invisible,
irreparable,
irreparable,
irreproachable,
irreprochable,
irresistible,
irresistible,
irrevocable,
irrevocable,
irritable,
irritable,
lamentable,
lamentable,
miserable,
miserable,
navigable,
navegable,
noble,
noble,
notable,
notable,
plausible,
plausible,
possible,
posible,
presentable,
presentable,
probable,
probable,
respectable,
respetable,
responsible,
responsable,
sociable,
sociable,
susceptible,
susceptible,
tangible,
tangible,
terrible,
terrible,
tolerable,
tolerable,
variable,
variable,
visible,
visible,
venerable,
venerable,
vulnerable.
vulnerable. Let's do an exercise. I will ask you cómo se dice blank en español. You will respond by saying the correct answer before I say it, and then you will repeat the correct answer after me. ¿Cómo se dice probable en español? Probable. ¿Cómo se dice respectable en español? Respetable. ¿Cómo se dice terrible en español? Terrible. ¿Cómo se dice possible en español? Posible. ¿Cómo se dice horrible en español? Horrible. ¿Cómo se dice responsible en español? Responsable. ¿Cómo se dice adorable en español? Adorable. ¿Cómo se dice visible en español? Visible. ¿Cómo se dice sociable en español? Sociable. ¿Cómo se dice flexible en español? Flexible. The sixth group of Spanish words, which are similar to English words that you already know, end in the letters ICO. These words are formed by adding the letter O to the end of the English words that end in IC. You will hear an English speaker say an English word, and then I will say the same word in Spanish. Repeat the Spanish word after me and do your best to imitate my pronunciation.
Academic.
Académico.
Acrobatic.
Acrobático.
Aquatic.
Acuático.
Aeronautic.
Aeronáutico.
Agnostic.
Agnóstico.
Anemic.
Anémico.
Antiseptic.
Antiséptico.
Aristocratic.
Aristocrático.
Aromatic.
Aromático.
Arsenic.
Arsénico.
Atlantic.
Atlántico.
Atomic.
Atómico.
Automatic.
Automático.
Authentic.
Auténtico.
Autocratic.
Autocrático.
Baltic.
Báltico.
Bureaucratic.
Burocrático.
Caustic.
Cáustico.
Scientific.
Científico.
Cosmetic.
Cosmético.
Democratic.
Democrático.
Diabetic.
Diabético.
Diagnostic.
Diagnóstico.
Dynamic.
Dinámico.
Diplomatic.
Diplomático.
Dramatic.
Dramático.
Drastic.
Drástico.
Economic.
Económico.
Elastic.
Elástico.
Electric.
Eléctrico.
Encyclopedic.
Enciclopédico.
Enigmatic.
Enigmático.
Erotic.
Erótico.
Evangelic.
Evangélico.
Eccentric.
Excéntrico.
Exotic.
Exótico.
Fanatic.
Fanático.
fantastic,
fantástico,
philanthropic,
filantrópico,
philharmonic,
filarmónico,
phonetic,
fonético,
photographic,
fotográfico,
geographic,
geográfico,
gymnastic,
gimnástico,
hypnotic,
hipnótico,
historic,
histórico,
idiomatic,
idiomático,
ironic,
irónico,
linguistic,
lingüístico,
lunatic,
lunático,
magic,
mágico,
magnetic,
magnético,
mechanic,
mecánico,
melodramatic,
melodramático,
metallic,
metálico,
metallurgic,
metalúrgico,
microscopic,
microscópico,
monastic,
monástico,
mosaic,
mosaico,
narcotic,
narcótico,
neurotic,
neurótico,
nostalgic,
nostálgico,
optic,
óptico,
orthopedic,
ortopédico,
pacific,
pacífico,
paralytic,
paralítico,
patriotic,
patriótico,
plastic,
plástico,
platonic,
platónico,
plutocratic,
plutocrático,
prehistoric,
prehistórico,
prophetic,
profético,
prolific,
prolífico,
prosaic,
prosaico,
public,
público,
romantic,
romántico,
rustic,
rústico,
sarcastic,
sarcástico,
sardonic,
sardónico,
tonic,
tónico,
topic,
tópico,
tragic,
trágico,
transatlantic,
transatlántico,
tropic,
trópico,
volcanic,
volcánico. Let's do an exercise. I will ask you, ¿cómo se dice blank en español? You will respond by saying the correct answer before I say it, and then you will repeat the correct answer after me. ¿Cómo se dice public en español? Público. ¿Cómo se dice romantic en español? Romántico. ¿Cómo se dice platonic en español? Platónico. ¿Cómo se dice plastic en español? Plástico. ¿Cómo se dice Atlantic en español? Atlántico. ¿Cómo se dice Pacific en español? Pacífico. ¿Cómo se dice diplomatic en español? Diplomático. ¿Cómo se dice historic en español? Histórico. ¿Cómo se dice magnetic en español? Magnético. ¿Cómo se dice magic en español? Mágico. Let's now learn about another group of Spanish words which are similar to English words that you already know. By simply adding the letter E to many English words that end in the letters ENT, you can instantly add new words to your Spanish vocabulary. You will hear an English speaker say an English word, and then I will say the same word in Spanish. Repeat the Spanish word after me and do your best to imitate my pronunciation.
Accident.
Accidente.
Adolescent.
Adolescente.
Agent.
Agente.
Astringent.
Astringente.
Client.
Cliente.
Competent.
Competente.
Contingent.
Contingente.
Convenient.
Conveniente.
Decadent.
Decadente.
Decent.
Decente.
Deficient.
Deficiente.
Different.
Diferente.
Diligent.
Diligente.
Efficient.
Eficiente.
Eloquent.
Elocuente.
Imminent.
Eminente.
Equivalent.
Equivalente.
Evident.
Evidente.
Excellent.
Excelente.
Frequent.
Frecuente.
Impatient.
Impaciente.
Imprudent.
Imprudente.
Incident.
Incidente.
Incompetent.
Incompetente.
Inconsistent.
Inconsistente.
Inconvenient.
Inconveniente.
Indecent.
Indecente.
Independent.
Independiente.
Indifferent.
Indiferente.
Indolent.
Indolente.
Indulgent.
Indulgente.
Inherent.
Inherente.
Insistent.
Insistente.
Insolent.
Insolente.
Insufficient.
Insuficiente.
Intelligent.
Inteligente.
Intermittent.
Intermitente.
Irreverent.
Irreverente.
Negligent.
Negligente.
Occident.
Occidente.
Orient.
Oriente.
Patient.
Paciente.
Permanent.
Permanente.
potent,
potente,
precedent,
precedente,
present,
presente,
president,
presidente,
prominent,
prominente,
prudent,
prudente,
recent,
reciente,
sufficient,
suficiente,
superintendent,
superintendente,
tangent,
tangente,
transparent,
transparente,
urgent,
urgente,
vehement,
vehemente. Time for another exercise. I will ask you ¿cómo se dice blank en español? You will respond by saying the correct answer before I say it, and then you will repeat the correct answer after me. ¿Cómo se dice present en español? Presente. ¿Cómo se dice sufficient en español? Suficiente. ¿Cómo se dice urgent en español? Urgente. ¿Cómo se dice transparent en español? Transparente. ¿Cómo se dice president en español? Presidente. ¿Cómo se dice patient en español? Paciente. ¿Cómo se dice excellent en español? Excelente. ¿Cómo se dice client en español? Cliente. ¿Cómo se dice different en español? Diferente. ¿Cómo se dice intelligent en español? Inteligente. We will now cover another group of Spanish words which are similar to English words that you already know. By simply adding the letter E to many English words that end in the letters A-N-T, you can instantly add new words to your Spanish vocabulary. You will hear an English speaker say an English word, and then I will say the same word in Spanish. Repeat the Spanish word after me and do your best to imitate my pronunciation.
abundant,
Abundante,
consonant,
consonante,
constant,
constante,
dominant,
dominante,
elephant,
elefante,
elegant,
elegante,
ignorant,
ignorante,
important,
importante,
incessant,
incesante,
insignificant,
insignificante,
intolerant,
intolerante,
lubricant,
lubricante,
radiant,
radiante,
restaurant,
restaurante. Let's practice what you just learned. I will ask you ¿cómo se dice blank en español? You will respond by saying the correct answer before I say it, and then you will repeat the correct answer after me. ¿Cómo se dice abundant en español? Abundante. ¿Cómo se dice restaurant en español? Restaurante. ¿Cómo se dice lubricant en español? Lubricante. ¿Cómo se dice elegant en español? Elegante. ¿Cómo se dice elephant en español? Elefante. ¿Cómo se dice ignorant en español? Ignorante. ¿Cómo se dice important en español? Importante. ¿Cómo se dice dominant en español? Dominante. ¿Cómo se dice intolerant en español? Intolerante. Let's now learn about another group of Spanish words which are similar to English words that you already know. By simply adding the letter O to many English words that end in the letters M-E-N-T, you can add new words to your Spanish vocabulary. These words tend to be masculine. For example, el argumento, the argument, el fragmento, the fragment, el monumento, the monument. You will hear an English speaker say an English word, and then I will say the same word in Spanish. Repeat the Spanish word after me and do your best to imitate my pronunciation.
Argument.
Argumento,
Armament.
armamento,
Cement.
cemento,
Experiment.
experimento,
Fragment.
fragmento,
Implement.
implemento,
Moment.
momento,
Monument.
monumento,
Sacrament.
sacramento,
Segment.
segmento,
Sentiment.
sentimiento,
Supplement.
suplemento,
Testament.
testamento,
Temperament.
temperamento. Let's practice what you just learned. I will ask you, ¿cómo se dice blank en español? You will respond by saying the correct answer before I say the correct answer, and then you will repeat the correct answer after me. ¿Cómo se dice argument en español? Argumento. ¿Cómo se dice fragment en español? Fragmento. ¿Cómo se dice implement en español? Implemento. ¿Cómo se dice testament en español? Testamento. ¿Cómo se dice supplement en español? Suplemento. ¿Cómo se dice monument en español? Monumento. ¿Cómo se dice temperament en español? Temperamento. ¿Cómo se dice segment en español? Segmento. ¿Cómo se dice cement en español? Cemento. Now we're going to do another type of exercise. I will say a phrase in English and then you will translate the phrase by saying it in Spanish. I will then say the correct response in Spanish. Be sure to say the correct answer before I say it and then repeat the correct answer after me in order to make sure that you develop an authentic Latin American Spanish accent. I will assume that you already know the following. The Spanish word es means is. Although there are actually two ways to say the word is in Spanish, in this lesson we will use the Spanish word es. And in order to say the phrase is not, we will use the Spanish phrase no es. As a reminder, the Spanish word un means a or an. ¿Cómo se dice? How do you say? The cable is important.
El cable es importante.
¿Cómo se dice? The cable is not important.
El cable no es importante.
Make sure that you say the correct answer before the Spanish speaker says it, and then repeat the correct answer after the Spanish speaker in order to make sure that you develop an authentic Latin American Spanish accent. ¿Cómo se dice? The animal is important.
El animal es importante.
¿Cómo se dice? The professor is important.
El profesor es importante.
¿Cómo se dice? The actor is romantic.
El actor es romántico.
¿Cómo se dice? The actor is not romantic.
El actor no es romántico.
¿Cómo se dice? The criminal is brutal.
El criminal es brutal.
¿Cómo se dice? The monument is essential.
El monumento es esencial.
¿Cómo se dice? The festival is special.
El festival es especial.
¿Cómo se dice? The doctor is competent.
El doctor es competente.
¿Cómo se dice? The doctor is incompetent.
El doctor es incompetente.
¿Cómo se dice? The instructor is intelligent.
El instructor es inteligente.
¿Cómo se dice? The hospital is excellent.
El hospital es excelente.
¿Cómo se dice? The cereal is horrible.
El cereal es horrible.
¿Cómo se dice? The restaurant is terrible.
El restaurante es terrible.
¿Cómo se dice? The president is sociable.
El presidente es sociable.
¿Cómo se dice? The cable is flexible.
El cable es flexible.
¿Cómo se dice the material is durable?
El material es durable.
¿Cómo se dice the president is democratic?
El presidente es democrático.
¿Cómo se dice the author is cordial?
El autor es cordial.
¿Cómo se dice the lubricant is transparent?
El lubricante es transparente.
¿Cómo se dice an accident is tragic?
Un accidente es trágico.
You can change the above sentences into questions just by changing the word order. For example, ¿Es sociable el presidente? Means, is the president sociable? But in normal, everyday conversational Spanish, you are more likely to hear Spanish speakers use the same word order as a sentence and then simply add a rising intonation at the end of the sentence in order to ask a question. For example, ¿El presidente es sociable? English speakers commonly ask questions the same way in English. For example, I can ask, is the president sociable? Or I can use the same word order as a sentence and add a rising intonation at the end of the sentence in order to form a question. For example, I can ask, the president is sociable? Let's do another exercise. I will say a question in English and then you will translate it by asking the same question in Spanish. Use the same word order as a sentence, but add a rising intonation at the end in order to form a question. Make sure that you say the question in Spanish before the Spanish speaker, and then repeat the question after the Spanish speaker in order to make sure that you develop proper pronunciation and an authentic Latin American Spanish accent. ¿Cómo se pregunta? How do you ask? Is the cable important?
El cable es importante.
The phrase ¿Cómo se pregunta? Means how do you ask, or how does one ask? ¿Cómo se pregunta? Is the animal important?
¿El animal es importante?
¿Cómo se pregunta? Is the cable not important?
¿El cable no es importante?
¿Cómo se pregunta? Is the professor important?
¿El profesor es importante?
¿Cómo se pregunta? Is the actor romantic?
¿El actor es romántico?
¿Cómo se pregunta? Is the actor not romantic?
¿El actor no es romántico?
¿Cómo se pregunta? Is the criminal brutal?
¿El criminal es brutal?
¿Cómo se pregunta? Is the monument essential?
¿El monumento es esencial?
¿Cómo se pregunta? Is the festival special?
¿El festival es especial?
¿Cómo se pregunta? Is the doctor competent?
¿El doctor es competente?
¿Cómo se pregunta? Is the doctor incompetent?
¿El doctor es incompetente?
¿Cómo se pregunta? Is the instructor intelligent?
¿El instructor es inteligente?
¿Cómo se pregunta? Is the hospital excellent?
¿El hospital es excelente?
¿Cómo se pregunta? Is the cereal horrible?
¿El cereal es horrible?
¿Cómo se pregunta? Is the restaurant terrible?
¿El restaurante es terrible?
¿Cómo se pregunta? Is the president sociable?
¿El presidente es sociable?
¿Cómo se pregunta? Is the cable flexible?
¿El cable es flexible?
¿Cómo se pregunta? Is the material durable?
¿El material es durable?
¿Cómo se pregunta? Is the president democratic?
¿El presidente es democrático?
¿Cómo se pregunta? Is the author cordial?
¿El autor es cordial?
¿Cómo se pregunta? Is the lubricant transparent?
¿El lubricante es transparente?
¿Cómo se pregunta? Is an accident tragic?
¿Un accidente es trágico?
Let's do another exercise. In the following exercise, I will ask a question in Spanish. You will respond in Spanish with an affirmative answer. Make sure that you say the correct response before the Spanish speaker, and then repeat the correct response after the Spanish speaker. As a reminder, the Spanish word for yes is sí. Let's begin. ¿El cable es importante?
Sí, el cable es importante.
¿El animal es importante?
Sí, el animal es importante.
¿Un accidente es trágico?
Sí, un accidente es trágico.
¿El profesor es importante?
Sí, el profesor es importante.
¿El actor es romántico?
Sí, el actor es romántico.
¿El criminal es brutal?
Sí, el criminal es brutal.
¿El monumento es esencial?
Sí, el monumento es esencial.
¿El festival es especial?
Sí, el festival es especial.
¿El doctor es competente?
Sí, el doctor es competente.
¿El doctor es incompetente?
Sí, el doctor es incompetente.
¿El instructor es inteligente?
Sí, el instructor es inteligente.
Now I want you to respond in Spanish with a negative answer. Once again, make sure that you say the correct response before the Spanish speaker, and then repeat the correct response after the Spanish speaker. As a reminder, the Spanish word for no is no. Let's begin. ¿El actor es romántico?
No, el actor no es romántico.
¿El hospital es excelente?
No, el hospital no es excelente.
¿El cereal es horrible?
No, el cereal no es horrible.
¿El restaurante es terrible?
No, el restaurante no es terrible.
¿El presidente es sociable?
No, el presidente no es sociable.
¿El cable es flexible?
No, el cable no es flexible.
¿El material es durable?
No, el material no es durable.
¿El presidente es democrático?
No, el presidente no es democrático.
¿El autor es cordial?
No, el autor no es cordial.
¿El lubricante es transparente?
No, el lubricante no es transparente.
This is the end of part 1 of Volcano Spanish. Repeat this lesson as many times as it takes in order for you to feel confident speaking the vocabulary words and phrases that you have learned in this lesson. For additional practice, use a print version of this program and try forming your own sentences and questions using the vocabulary words that you have learned in this program. Be sure to speak aloud when practicing so that you improve your Spanish pronunciation. Lesson 1. Listen to a conversation taking place between two people at a language exchange get-together in Latin America.
Hola, ¿cómo te llamas?
Me llamo Ángela.
Me llamo John.
Mucho gusto.
Igualmente. Ángela, ¿tienes Facebook?
Sí, tengo Facebook.
¿Me agregas a Facebook?
Claro, yo te agrego. ¿Me envías una solicitud?
Sí, te envío una solicitud.
¿Me envías una solicitud ya?
Te envío una solicitud ya mismo.
Let's now practice the words and phrases that we just heard. This is how you greet someone and say hi. Listen and repeat.
Hola. Hola.
This is how you ask, "What's your name?" Listen and repeat.
¿Cómo te llamas? Llamas. Te llamas. ¿Cómo te llamas?
How do you ask, "What's your name?"
¿Cómo te llamas?
Make sure that you say the correct answer before the Spanish speaker, and then repeat the correct answer after the native Spanish speaker. There are actually two ways to ask, "What's your name?" in Spanish. You just learned the informal or friendly way. This is the formal or polite way to ask. Listen and repeat.
¿Cómo se llama usted? Llama. Se llama. ¿Cómo se llama?
Since the two speakers appear to be on a first-name basis, we will continue speaking informally. This is how you say, "My name is John." Listen and repeat.
Me llamo John. Llamo. Me llamo. Me llamo John.
This time, I want you to use your own name instead of John. How do you say, "My name is John"?
Me llamo John.
Speaking friendly Spanish, ask, "What's your name?"
¿Cómo te llamas?
Using your own name, reply, "My name is John."
Me llamo John.
This is how you say, "Nice to meet you." Listen and repeat.
Mucho gusto. Gusto. Mucho gusto.
How do you say, "Nice to meet you"?
Mucho gusto.
This is how you say, "You too," or "Same to you." Listen and repeat.
Igualmente. Igualmente.
How do you say, "You too," or "Same to you"?
Igualmente.
Are you making sure that you say the correct answer before the Spanish speaker, and then repeating the correct answer after the Spanish speaker? This is how you say the word yes in Spanish. Listen and repeat.
Sí. Sí.
This is how you say the word no in Spanish. Listen and repeat.
No. No.
This is how you say the verb to have. Listen and repeat.
Tener. Tener.
This is how you say the phrase I have. Listen and repeat.
Yo tengo. Tengo.
In the phrase yo tengo, the pronoun yo, which means I, is only included for clarity or emphasis. You can say either yo tengo or tengo in order to say I have. Again, how do you say I have?
Yo tengo. Tengo.
This is how you say the phrase you have when speaking to someone who you are comfortable addressing by their first name. Listen and repeat.
¿Tú tienes? Tienes.
In the phrase tú tienes, the pronoun tú, which means you, is only included for clarity or emphasis. You can either say tú tienes or tienes in order to say you have. Again, speaking to someone who you feel comfortable addressing by their first name, how do you say you have?
Tú tienes. Tienes.
This is how you say the phrase you have when speaking to someone formally or when speaking to someone who you are not comfortable addressing by their first name. Listen and repeat.
Usted tiene. Tiene.
In the phrase usted tiene, the pronoun usted, which means you, is only included for clarity or emphasis. You can either say usted tiene or tiene in order to say you have. Again, speaking formally, how do you say the phrase you have?
Usted tiene. Tiene.
This is how a Spanish speaker pronounces Facebook. Listen and repeat.
Facebook. Facebook.
How does a Spanish speaker pronounce Facebook?
Facebook. Facebook.
Speaking to a friend, how do you ask, "Do you have Facebook?"
¿Tú tienes Facebook? ¿Tienes Facebook?
Again, speaking to a friend, how do you ask, "Do you have Facebook?"
¿Tienes Facebook?
How do you respond? Yes, I have Facebook.
Sí, yo tengo Facebook. Tengo Facebook.
Say, I have Facebook.
Tengo Facebook.
And if speaking formal or polite Spanish, how do you think you'd ask, "Do you have Facebook?"
¿Usted tiene Facebook? ¿Tiene Facebook?
This is how you say the verb to add, as in to add someone as a friend on Facebook. Listen and repeat.
Agregar. Agregar.
This is how you say the phrase, I add. Listen and repeat.
Yo agrego. Agrego.
In the phrase yo agrego, the pronoun yo, which means I, is only included for clarity or emphasis. You can either say yo agrego or agrego in order to say I add. Again, how do you say I add?
Yo agrego. Agrego.
This is how you say the phrase you add when speaking to someone who you are comfortable addressing by their first name. Listen and repeat.
Tú agregas. Agregas.
In the phrase tú agregas, the pronoun tú, which means you, is only included for clarity or emphasis. You can either say tú agregas or agregas in order to say you add. Again, speaking to someone who you feel comfortable addressing by their first name, how do you say you add?
Tú agregas. Agregas.
This is how you say the phrase you add when speaking to someone formally or when speaking to someone who you are not comfortable addressing by their first name. Listen and repeat.
Usted agrega. Agrega.
This is how you say the word me in Spanish, as in, will you add me as a friend on Facebook? Listen and repeat.
Me. Me.
How do you say me in Spanish?
Me. Me.
When speaking to someone who you feel comfortable addressing by their first name, this is how you say the word you in Spanish, as in, I will add you. Listen and repeat.
Te. Te.
Speaking to someone with whom you are on a first-name basis, this is how you ask, will you add me? As in, will you add me to Facebook? Listen and repeat.
¿Tú me agregas? ¿Me agregas?
Although you would normally use the future tense in English in this instance, when speaking conversational Spanish, it is common for Spanish speakers to use the present tense here and ask, ¿Me agregas? Again, speaking to a friend, how do you ask, will you add me?
¿Me agregas?
How would you respond? Yes, I will add you.
Sí, yo te agrego. Te. Te agrego.
How do you say, I will add you?
Te agrego.
This is how you say sure, as in sure, I will add you. Listen and repeat.
Claro. Claro.
How do you say sure?
Claro. Claro.
Speaking friendly or informal Spanish, ask, will you add me?
¿Me agregas?
Respond, sure, I will add you.
Claro, yo te agrego.
Speaking friendly or informal Spanish, this is how you ask, will you add me to Facebook? Listen and repeat.
¿Tú me agregas a Facebook? A. A Facebook. ¿Me agregas a Facebook?
How do you ask, will you add me to Facebook?
¿Me agregas a Facebook?
Respond, sure, I will add you to Facebook.
Claro, yo te agrego a Facebook.
This is how you say the Spanish verb to send, as in to send a text message. Listen and repeat.
Enviar. Enviar.
How do you think you'd say the phrase, I send?
Yo envío. Envío.
And if speaking to a friend, how do you say the phrase, you send?
Tú envías. Envías.
And if speaking formal or polite Spanish, how do you say, you send?
Usted envía. Envía.
This is how you say request, as in Facebook friend request. Listen and repeat.
Solicitud. Solicitud.
This is how you say the request. Listen and repeat.
La solicitud. La. La solicitud.
Speaking friendly Spanish, ask, will you send me a request?
¿Tú me envías una solicitud? ¿Me envías una solicitud?
Respond, yes, I will send you a request.
Sí, te envío una solicitud.
Say, I will send you a request.
Te envío una solicitud.
This is how you say now in Spanish, as in, I will send you a friend request now. Listen and repeat.
Ya. Ya.
How do you say now?
Ya. Ya.
This is how you say right now. Listen and repeat.
Ya mismo. Mismo. Ya mismo.
How do you say right now?
Ya mismo. Ya mismo.
Let's now listen to the conversation that we heard at the beginning of this lesson.
Hola, ¿cómo te llamas?
Me llamo Ángela.
Me llamo John.
Mucho gusto.
Igualmente. Ángela, ¿tienes Facebook?
Sí, tengo Facebook.
¿Me agregas a Facebook?
Claro, yo te agrego. ¿Me envías una solicitud?
Sí, te envío una solicitud.
¿Me envías una solicitud ya?
Te envío una solicitud ya mismo.
Let's do an exercise. In the following exercise, you will play the role of the male speaker only. Respond before the male speaker says the correct answer, and then repeat the correct answer after him.
Hola.
Greet her by saying hi in Spanish.
Hola.
¿Cómo te llamas?
Tell her your name.
Me llamo John.
Ask her, what's your name?
¿Cómo te llamas?
Mi nombre es Ángela.
Tell her, nice to meet you.
Mucho gusto.
Igualmente.
Ask her, do you have Facebook?
¿Tienes Facebook?
Sí, tengo Facebook.
Ask her, will you add me to Facebook?
¿Me agregas a Facebook?
Claro, te agrego. ¿Me envías una solicitud?
Tell her, yes, I will send you a request.
Sí, te envío una solicitud.
¿Me envías una solicitud ya?
Tell her, I will send you a request right now.
Te envío una solicitud ya mismo.
This is the end of Lesson 1. Repeat this lesson as many times as it takes for you to feel comfortable answering my questions in this lesson. That normally requires someone to repeat a lesson 2 to 4 times. Lesson 2. Listen to the following conversation.
Ángela, ¿escribiste en mi muro de Facebook?
Sí, escribí en tu muro y me gustaron tus fotos de Facebook. ¿No te gustó?
Sí, me gustó.
John, ¿escribiste en mi muro de Facebook?
No, yo no escribí en tu muro.
¿Te gustaron mis fotos de Facebook?
No, no me gustaron tus fotos de Facebook.
Let's now practice the words and phrases that we just heard. This is how you say the verb to write. Listen and repeat.
Escribir. Escribir.
How do you say the verb to write?
Escribir.
Let's now learn how to use the verb escribir in the simple past tense. This is how you say, I wrote, as in, I wrote on your Facebook wall yesterday. Listen and repeat.
Yo escribí. Escribí.
As a reminder, including the pronoun yo is optional. In order to say, I wrote, you can either say, yo escribí or escribí. Again, how do you say, I wrote?
Yo escribí. Escribí.
If speaking to a friend or someone else informally, this is how you say the phrase, you wrote. Listen and repeat.
Tú escribiste. Escribiste.
As a reminder, including the pronoun tú is optional. Again, how do you say, you wrote?
Tú escribiste. Escribiste.
And if speaking formal or polite Spanish, this is how you say the phrase, you wrote. Listen and repeat.
Usted escribió. Escribió.
Again, speaking formal Spanish, how do you say, you wrote?
Usted escribió. Escribió.
This is how you say wall, as in Facebook wall or any other type of wall. Listen and repeat.
Muro. Muro.
And this is how you say the wall. Listen and repeat.
El muro. El muro.
In the phrase el muro, which word means the?
El. El.
Let's now learn how to say my wall, as in my Facebook wall. Listen and repeat.
Mi muro. Mi muro.
In the phrase mi muro, which word means my?
Mi. Mi.
Let's now learn how to say your wall, as in your Facebook wall, when speaking to a friend or when speaking informal Spanish. Listen and repeat.
Tu muro. Tú. Tu muro.
In the phrase tu muro, which word means your?
Tú. Tú.
And if speaking formal Spanish, or when speaking to someone who you would not address by their first name, this is how you say your wall. Listen and repeat.
Su muro. Su muro.
In the phrase su muro, which word means your?
Su. Su.
This is how you say the word on or in, as in on my wall or in my car. Listen and repeat.
En. En.
How do you say the word on or the word in?
En. En.
And how would you say the phrase on my wall?
En mi muro. En mi muro.
Speaking to a friend, how do you ask, did you write on my wall?
¿Tú escribiste en mi muro? ¿Escribiste? ¿Escribiste en mi muro?
Again, speaking to a friend, ask, did you write on my wall?
¿Escribiste en mi muro?
Respond, no, I did not write on your wall.
No, yo no escribí en tu muro. En tu muro. No escribí en tu muro.
Say, I did not write on your wall.
No escribí en tu muro.
This is how you say Facebook wall. Listen and repeat.
Muro de Facebook. De Facebook. Muro de Facebook.
How do you say Facebook wall?
Muro de Facebook.
Speaking to a friend, ask, did you write on my Facebook wall?
¿Escribiste en mi muro de Facebook?
Respond, yes, I wrote on your Facebook wall.
Sí, escribí en tu muro de Facebook.
Say, I wrote on your Facebook wall.
Escribí en tu muro de Facebook.
Speaking formal or polite Spanish, ask, did you write on my Facebook wall?
¿Usted escribió en mi muro de Facebook? ¿Escribió? ¿Escribió en mi muro de Facebook?
Speaking formal or polite Spanish, respond, yes, I wrote on your Facebook wall.
Sí, escribí en su muro de Facebook.
Say, I wrote on your Facebook wall.
Escribí en su muro de Facebook.
This is how you say picture or photo. Listen and repeat.
Foto. Foto.
And this is how you say the picture. Listen and repeat.
La foto. La foto.
In the phrase la foto, which word means the?
La. La.
This is how you say pictures or photos. Listen and repeat.
Fotos. Fotos.
And how do you think you'd say the pictures?
Las fotos. Las fotos.
In the phrase las fotos, which word means the?
Las. Las.
Let's now learn how to use the Spanish verb gustar. This is how you say I like, as in I like the picture, or I like the house. Listen and repeat.
Me gusta. Gusta. Me gusta.
And how would you say, I like the picture?
Me gusta la foto.
Again, how do you say, I like the picture?
Me gusta la foto.
This is how you say, I like, when talking about more than one object. Listen and repeat.
Me gustan. Gustan. Me gustan.
How do you say, I like them?
Me gustan.
Referring to several pictures, say, I like the photos.
Me gustan las fotos.
Again, how do you say, I like the photos?
Me gustan las fotos.
Speaking to a friend or when speaking informal Spanish, this is how you say, you like, as in, you like the picture. Listen and repeat.
Te gusta. Te. Te gusta.
When speaking to a friend, how would you say, you like the picture?
¿Te gusta la foto?
Again, how do you say, you like the picture?
Te gusta la foto.
And how do you say, you like the pictures?
¿Te gustan las fotos? Gustan. ¿Te gustan las fotos?
Again, how do you say, you like the pictures?
Te gustan las fotos.
Let's now learn how to use the simple past tense with the Spanish verb gustar. This is how you say, I liked, as in, I liked your Facebook picture. This also means liked, as in, you clicked Facebook's like button. Listen and repeat.
Me gustó. Gustó. Me gustó.
And how would you say, I liked the picture?
Me gustó la foto.
Speaking to a friend, how would you say, I liked your picture?
Me gustó tu foto.
And how do you say, I liked your Facebook picture?
Me gustó tu foto de Facebook.
Again, how do you say, I liked your Facebook picture?
Me gustó tu foto de Facebook.
This is how you say, I liked, when talking about more than one object. Listen and repeat.
Me gustaron. Gustaron. Me gustaron.
Referring to several pictures, say, I liked the photos.
Me gustaron las fotos.
And how do you say, I liked your photos?
Me gustaron tus fotos. tus fotos. Me gustaron tus fotos.
And how do you say, I liked your Facebook photos?
Me gustaron tus fotos de Facebook.
Speaking to a friend, or when speaking informal Spanish, this is how you say, you liked, as in, you liked the picture, or you clicked Facebook's like button. Listen and repeat.
Te gustó. Gustó. Te gustó.
And how would you say, you liked the picture?
¿Te gustó la foto?
Speaking to a friend, how would you say, you liked my picture?
Te gustó mi foto.
And how do you say, you liked my Facebook picture?
¿Te gustó mi foto de Facebook?
Again, how do you say, you liked my Facebook picture?
Te gustó mi foto de Facebook.
And how do you think you'd say the phrase, you liked, when talking about more than one object?
Te gustaron. Gustaron. Te gustaron.
Referring to several pictures, say, you liked the photos.
Te gustaron las fotos.
And how do you say, you liked my photos?
Te gustaron mis fotos. Mis fotos. Te gustaron mis fotos.
And how do you say, you liked my Facebook photos?
Te gustaron mis fotos de Facebook.
Let's listen to the same short conversation that we heard at the beginning of this lesson.
Ángela, ¿escribiste en mi muro de Facebook?
Sí, escribí en tu muro y me gustaron tus fotos de Facebook. ¿No te gustó?
Sí, me gustó.
John, ¿escribiste en mi muro de Facebook?
No, yo no escribí en tu muro.
¿Te gustaron mis fotos de Facebook?
No, no me gustaron tus fotos de Facebook.
Let's do an exercise. In the following exercise, you will play the role of the male speaker only. Respond before the male speaker says the correct answer, and then repeat the correct answer after him.
John, ¿escribiste en mi muro de Facebook?
Tell her, yes, I wrote on your Facebook wall.
Sí, escribí en tu muro de Facebook.
Ask her, did you like it?
¿Te gustó?
Sí, me gustó.
Now ask her, did you write on my Facebook wall?
¿Escribiste en mi muro de Facebook?
Sí, escribí en tu muro. ¿No te gustó?
Tell her, yes, I liked it.
Sí, me gustó.
¿Te gustaron mis fotos de Facebook?
tell her, "No, I didn't click like for your Facebook pictures." Or, "No, I didn't like your Facebook pictures."
No, no me gustaron tus fotos de Facebook.
Ask her, "Did you click like for my Facebook pictures?" Or, "Did you like my Facebook pictures?"
¿Te gustaron mis fotos de Facebook?
Sí, me gustaron tus fotos de Facebook.
This is the end of Lesson 2. Repeat this lesson as many times as it takes for you to feel comfortable answering my questions in this lesson. That normally requires someone to repeat a lesson 2 to 4 times. Lesson 3. Listen to the following conversation, which is a continuation of the conversation that you heard in the last lesson.
Ángela, ¿escribiste en mi muro de Facebook?
Sí, escribí en tu muro y me gustaron tus fotos de Facebook. ¿Por qué? ¿No te gustó?
Sí, me gustó.
John, ¿escribiste en mi muro de Facebook?
No, yo no escribí en tu muro.
¿Te gustaron mis fotos de Facebook?
No, no me gustaron tus fotos de Facebook.
¿Leíste mi comentario en tu muro de Facebook?
Sí, leí tu comentario. ¿Por qué?
¿Por qué no respondes?
Porque nunca respondo.
¿Y por qué no? Yo siempre respondo.
Let's now practice the words and phrases that we just heard. This is how you say the verb to read. Listen and repeat.
Leer. Leer.
We will now learn how to use the Spanish verb leer in the simple past tense. This is how you say, "I read," as in, "I read a book last night," or "I read your Facebook comments yesterday." Listen and repeat.
Yo leí. Leí.
Keep in mind that including the pronoun yo is optional. In order to say "I read," you can either say yo leí or leí. Again, how do you say "I read"?
Yo leí. Leí.
If speaking to a friend or someone else informally, this is how you say "you read," as in, "You read my Facebook comments yesterday." Listen and repeat.
Tú leíste. Leíste.
As a reminder, including the pronoun tú is optional. Again, how do you say "you read"?
Tú leíste. Leíste.
And if speaking formal or polite Spanish, this is how you say "you read." Listen and repeat.
Usted leyó. Leyó.
Again, speaking formal Spanish, how do you say "you read"?
Usted leyó. Leyó.
This is how you say comment, as in a comment written on a Facebook wall or any other type of comment. Listen and repeat.
Comentario. Comentario.
And how do you say the comment?
El comentario. El comentario.
This is how you say the comments. Listen and repeat.
Los comentarios. Los comentarios.
How do you say the comments?
Los comentarios.
In the phrase los comentarios, which word means the?
los, los.
Now imagine that you are speaking to a friend. How do you ask, "Did you read my comment?"
¿Leíste mi comentario?
Now you ask, "Did you read my comment on your Facebook wall?"
¿Tú leíste mi comentario en tu muro de Facebook? ¿En tu muro de Facebook? ¿Leíste mi comentario en tu muro de Facebook?
Respond, "Yes, I read your comment."
Sí, leí tu comentario.
Now say, "I read your comments."
Leí tus comentarios.
Say, "I read your comments on my Facebook wall."
Leí tus comentarios en mi muro de Facebook.
Now, imagine that you are speaking to someone who you are not accustomed to addressing by their first name. Speaking formal Spanish, ask, "Did you read my comment?"
¿Usted leyó mi comentario?
Now you ask, "Did you read my comment on your Facebook wall?"
¿Usted leyó mi comentario en su muro de Facebook?
Speaking formal or polite Spanish, respond, "Yes, I read your comment."
Sí, leí su comentario.
Now say, "I read your comments."
Leí sus comentarios. Sus. Leí sus comentarios.
And how would you say, "I read your comments on my Facebook wall"?
Leí sus comentarios en mi muro de Facebook.
This is how you say the verb to respond, as in, to respond to a comment. Listen and repeat.
Responder. Responder.
Let's now learn how to use the Spanish verb responder in the present tense. This is how you say, "I respond," as in, I always respond to Facebook comments. Listen and repeat.
Yo respondo. Respondo.
How do you say, "I respond"?
Yo respondo. Respondo.
If speaking to a friend or someone else informally, this is how you say the phrase, "you respond." Listen and repeat.
Tú respondes. Respondes.
How do you say, "you respond"?
Tú respondes. Respondes.
And if speaking formal or polite Spanish, how do you think you'd say the phrase, "you respond"?
Usted responde. responde.
Again, speaking formal or polite Spanish, say, you respond.
Usted responde.
This is how you ask why, as in, why don't you respond? Listen and repeat.
¿Por qué? ¿Por qué?
How do you ask why?
¿Por qué?
Now tell me, how do you ask why not?
¿Por qué no?
Again, how do you ask why not?
¿Por qué no?
Speaking to a friend, how would you ask, why don't you respond?
¿Por qué tú no respondes? ¿Por qué no respondes?
This is a good time for me to bring your attention that in order to ask, why don't you respond? You can either ask, ¿por qué tú no respondes? Or, ¿tú por qué no respondes? Again, speaking to a friend, ask, why don't you respond?
¿Por qué tú no respondes? ¿Por qué no respondes?
And if speaking formal Spanish, how would you ask, why don't you respond?
¿Por qué usted no responde? ¿Por qué no responde?
In order to ask, why don't you respond? You can either ask, ¿por qué usted no responde? Or, ¿usted por qué no responde? Again, speaking formal or polite Spanish, ask, why don't you respond?
¿Por qué usted no responde?
This is how you say the word because. Listen and repeat.
Porque. Porque.
How do you say because?
¿Por qué? ¿Por qué?
You probably noticed that the Spanish words for because and why sound very similar. This is how you say the word never in Spanish, as in, I never respond. Listen and repeat.
Nunca. Nunca.
How do you say never?
Nunca. Nunca.
This is how you say the word always in Spanish, as in, I always respond. Listen and repeat.
Siempre. Siempre.
How do you say always?
Siempre.
Speaking to a friend, ask, why don't you respond?
¿Por qué no respondes?
Say, I never respond.
Yo nunca respondo. Nunca respondo.
Now say, because I never respond.
Porque nunca respondo.
Again, say, because I never respond.
Porque nunca respondo.
Now imagine that you are speaking formal Spanish to someone who you normally address by señor or señora. Ask, why don't you respond?
¿Por qué usted no responde?
Say, because I always respond.
Porque yo siempre respondo. Porque siempre respondo.
Again, say, because I always respond.
Porque siempre respondo.
Now listen to the conversation that we heard at the beginning of this lesson.
Ángela, ¿escribiste en mi muro de Facebook?
Sí, escribí en tu muro y me gustaron tus fotos de Facebook. ¿Por qué? ¿No te gustó?
Sí, me gustó.
John, ¿escribiste en mi muro de Facebook?
No, yo no escribí en tu muro.
¿Te gustaron mis fotos de Facebook?
No, no me gustaron tus fotos de Facebook.
¿Leíste mi comentario en tu muro de Facebook?
Sí, leí tu comentario. ¿Por qué?
¿Por qué no respondes?
Porque nunca respondo.
¿Y por qué no? Yo siempre respondo.
Let's do an exercise. In the following exercise, you will play the role of the male speaker only. Respond before the male speaker says the correct answer, and then repeat the correct answer after him.
John, ¿escribiste en mi muro de Facebook?
Tell her, yes, I wrote on your Facebook wall.
Sí, escribí en tu muro de Facebook.
Ask her, why?
¿Por qué?
Ask her, you didn't like it?
¿No te gustó?
Sí, me gustó.
Now ask her, did you write on my Facebook wall?
¿Escribiste en mi muro de Facebook?
Sí, escribí en tu muro. ¿No te gustó?
Tell her, yes, I liked it.
Sí, me gustó.
¿Te gustaron mis fotos de Facebook?
Tell her, no, I didn't click like for your Facebook pictures.
No, no me gustaron tus fotos de Facebook.
Ask her, did you like my Facebook pictures?
¿Te gustaron mis fotos de Facebook?
Sí, me gustaron tus fotos de Facebook. ¿Tú leíste mi comentario en tu muro de Facebook?
Tell her, yes, I read your comment on my Facebook wall.
Sí, leí tu comentario en mi muro de Facebook.
¿Te gustó?
Tell her, yes, I liked it.
Sí, me gustó.
Now ask her, did you read my comments on your Facebook wall?
¿Leíste mis comentarios en tu muro de Facebook?
Sí, leí tus comentarios en mi muro de Facebook.
Ask her, did you like them?
¿Te gustaron?
Sí, me gustaron.
Ask her, why don't you respond?
¿Por qué no respondes?
Porque yo nunca respondo.
ask her, why not?
¿Por qué no?
Say, I always respond.
Yo siempre respondo.
This is the end of Lesson 3. Repeat this lesson as many times as it takes for you to feel comfortable answering my questions. That normally requires someone to repeat a lesson 2 to 4 times. Lesson 4. Listen to the following conversation.
Ángela, ¿qué haces?
¿Cómo?
¿Qué haces? ¿A qué te dedicas?
Soy diseñadora de páginas web, John. ¿A qué te dedicas tú? ¿Eres diseñador gráfico?
No, no soy diseñador gráfico. Soy entrenador personal, pero yo era instructor de yoga.
Eres entrenador personal, pero ¿eras instructor de yoga?
Sí, yo era instructor de yoga, pero soy entrenador personal ahora.
Let's now practice the words and phrases that we just heard. Speaking friendly or informal Spanish, this is how you ask, what do you do? As in, what do you do for a living? Listen and repeat.
¿Qué haces tú? Haces. ¿Qué haces?
How do you ask, what do you do?
¿Qué haces?
And if speaking formal or polite Spanish, how do you think you'd ask, what do you do?
¿Qué hace usted? Hace. ¿Qué hace?
Speaking formal or polite Spanish, ask, what do you do?
¿Qué hace usted?
This is how you ask, what? When you do not understand what someone just said. Listen and repeat.
¿Cómo? ¿Cómo?
The Spanish word como literally means how, but Spanish speakers ask como when they do not understand what someone just said. Again, how do you ask what when you do not understand what someone just said?
¿Cómo? ¿Cómo?
Speaking friendly or informal Spanish, ask, what do you do?
¿Qué haces?
Pretending you don't understand, ask, what?
¿Cómo?
Here's another way to ask, what do you do, if you are speaking friendly or informal Spanish. It literally means, what do you dedicate yourself to? Listen and repeat.
¿A qué te dedicas tú? Dedicas. Te dedicas. ¿Qué te dedicas? ¿A qué te dedicas?
How do you ask, what do you dedicate yourself to?
¿A qué te dedicas?
And this is the formal or polite way to ask, what do you dedicate yourself to? Listen and repeat.
¿A qué se dedica usted? Dedica. Se dedica. ¿Qué se dedica? ¿A qué se dedica?
What is the formal or polite way to ask, what do you dedicate yourself to?
¿A qué se dedica usted?
In an earlier lesson, we learned that the Spanish word for now is ya. Here's another Spanish word which also means now. Listen and repeat.
Ahora. Ahora.
How do you say now?
Ahora. Ahora.
This is how you say web designer or website designer when referring to a male. Listen and repeat.
Diseñador de páginas web. Páginas web. De páginas web. Diseñador de páginas web.
How do you say web designer?
Diseñador de páginas web.
In the phrase diseñador de páginas web, which word do you think means designer?
Diseñador. Diseñador.
In the phrase diseñador de páginas web, which two words do you think mean web pages?
Páginas web. Páginas web.
How do you think you'd say web designer when referring to a female?
Diseñadora de páginas web. Diseñadora. Diseñadora de páginas web.
Speaking friendly Spanish, ask, what do you do?
¿Qué haces?
Now ask, what do you dedicate yourself to?
¿A qué te dedicas?
Speaking friendly or informal Spanish, this is how you say the phrase you are, as in you are a web designer. Listen and repeat.
Tú eres. Eres.
Speaking to a friend, how do you say the phrase you are?
Tú eres. Eres.
This is how you say the phrase I am, as in I am a web designer. Listen and repeat.
Yo soy. Soy.
How do you say the phrase I am?
Yo soy. Soy.
Speaking friendly Spanish, how do you ask a male, are you a web designer?
¿Tú eres diseñador de páginas web? ¿Eres diseñador de páginas web?
Respond, no, I am not a web designer.
No, no soy diseñador de páginas web.
This is how you say graphic designer when referring to a male. Listen and repeat.
Diseñador gráfico. Gráfico. Diseñador gráfico.
How do you say graphic designer?
Diseñador gráfico.
And how do you say the phrase female graphic designer?
Diseñadora gráfica. Diseñadora. Diseñadora gráfica.
Speaking formal or polite Spanish, this is how you say the phrase, you are, as in, you are a graphic designer. Listen and repeat.
Usted es. Es.
Speaking formal or polite Spanish, how do you say the phrase, you are?
Usted es. Es.
Speaking to someone who you would address by señora, ask, are you a graphic designer?
¿Usted es diseñadora gráfica?
How would a woman respond, no, I am not a graphic designer?
No, no soy diseñadora gráfica.
How would a woman say, I am a web designer?
Soy diseñadora de páginas web.
This is how you say personal trainer when referring to a male. Listen and repeat.
Entrenador personal. Personal. Entrenador personal.
How do you say personal trainer?
Entrenador personal.
And how do you think you'd say personal trainer when referring to a woman?
Entrenadora personal. Entrenadora. Entrenadora personal.
Again, how do you say female personal trainer?
Entrenadora personal.
Using the Spanish word for now that we learned in this lesson, speaking to a male friend, ask, are you a personal trainer now?
¿Tú eres entrenador personal ahora?
Respond, yes, I am a personal trainer now.
Sí, soy entrenador personal ahora.
This is how you say the phrase, I used to be, or I was, as in, I used to be a personal trainer, or I was a yoga instructor. Listen and repeat.
Yo era. Era.
How do you say I was?
Yo era. Era.
Speaking to a friend, this is how you say the phrase, you used to be, or you were, as in, you used to be a personal trainer, or you were a yoga instructor. Listen and repeat.
Tú eras. Eras.
How do you say you were?
Tú eras. Eras.
Referring to a male, this is how you say yoga instructor. Listen and repeat.
Instructor de yoga. Yoga. De yoga. Instructor de yoga.
How do you say yoga instructor?
Instructor de yoga.
In the Spanish phrase, instructor de yoga, which word means the English word instructor?
Instructor. Instructor.
Referring to a female, how do you think you'd say instructor?
Instructora. Instructora.
Referring to a female, how do you say yoga instructor?
Instructora de yoga.
Speaking friendly Spanish to a male, ask, were you a yoga instructor?
¿Tú eras instructor de yoga? Eras. ¿Eras instructor de yoga?
How do you ask a male, were you a yoga instructor?
¿Eras instructor de yoga?
And if you were speaking to a male who you normally address by señor, how would you ask, were you a yoga instructor?
¿Usted era instructor de yoga? Era. ¿Era instructor de yoga?
How would a male respond? Yes, I used to be a yoga instructor.
Sí, yo era instructor de yoga.
Say, I used to be a yoga instructor.
Era instructor de yoga.
Speaking friendly Spanish to a male, ask, were you a web designer?
¿Tú eras diseñador de páginas web?
Respond, no, I wasn't a web designer.
No, yo no era diseñador de páginas web.
Speaking to someone who you are accustomed to addressing by señora, ask, were you a personal trainer?
¿Usted era entrenadora personal?
How does she respond? Yes, I was a personal trainer.
Sí, yo era entrenadora personal.
This is how you say but in Spanish, as in, but I used to be a yoga instructor. Listen and repeat.
Pero. Pero.
How do you say but?
Pero.
How would a male say, but I used to be a yoga instructor?
Pero yo era instructor de yoga.
Let's listen to the conversation that we heard at the beginning of this lesson.
Ángela, ¿qué haces?
¿Cómo?
¿Qué haces? ¿A qué te dedicas?
Soy diseñadora de páginas web, John. ¿A qué te dedicas tú? ¿Eres diseñador gráfico?
No, no soy diseñador gráfico. Soy entrenador personal, pero yo era instructor de yoga.
Eres entrenador personal, ¿Pero eras instructor de yoga?
Sí, yo era instructor de yoga, pero soy entrenador personal ahora.
Let's do an exercise. In the following exercise, you will play the role of the male speaker only. Respond before the male speaker says the correct answer, and then repeat the correct answer after him.
John, ¿qué haces?
You are not sure if you heard her correctly. Ask her, what?
¿Cómo?
¿A qué te dedicas?
Tell her, I am a web designer.
Soy diseñador de páginas web.
Tell her, but I used to be a graphic designer.
Pero yo era diseñador gráfico.
Now ask her, what do you do?
¿Qué haces?
¿Cómo?
This time ask her, what do you dedicate yourself to?
¿A qué te dedicas?
Now ask her, are you a yoga instructor?
¿Eres instructora de yoga?
Soy entrenadora personal. No era instructora de yoga. ¿Eras instructor de yoga?
Tell her, yes, I used to be a yoga instructor.
Sí, yo era instructor de yoga.
Say, but I am a web designer now.
Pero soy diseñador de páginas web ahora.
This is the end of Lesson 4. Repeat this lesson as many times as it takes for you to feel comfortable answering my questions. Lesson 5. Listen to the following conversation.
John, ¿tienes un smartphone?
Sí, tengo un iPhone y un Android.
¿Cuál es la aplicación que más te gusta?
No sé.
¿No sabes?
No sé. Me gusta Tinder mucho.
Casi no me gusta Tinder, pero me encanta Twitter.
Señor Blanco, ¿cuál es la aplicación que más le gusta a usted?
A mí casi no me gusta Facebook, pero me encanta Tinder.
This is how you say the word smartphone in Spanish. Listen and repeat.
Smartphone. Smartphone.
This is how you say the phrase a smartphone. Listen and repeat.
Un smartphone. Un smartphone.
In the phrase un smartphone, which word do you think means the English word a?
Un.
Now tell me, how would you say the smartphone?
El smartphone. El smartphone.
Speaking to a friend, how do you ask, do you have a smartphone?
¿Tú tienes un smartphone? ¿Tienes un smartphone?
How do you ask, do you have a smartphone?
¿Tienes un smartphone?
Respond, yes, I have a smartphone.
Sí, tengo un smartphone.
Say, I have a smartphone.
Yo tengo un smartphone.
This is how the word iPhone is pronounced in Spanish. Listen and repeat.
iPhone. iPhone.
This is how you say the phrase, an iPhone. Listen and repeat.
Un iPhone. Un iPhone.
This is how the word Android is pronounced in Spanish. Listen and repeat.
Android. Android.
This is how you say the phrase, an Android. Listen and repeat.
Un Android. Un Android.
Speaking to someone who you would normally address by señor, ask, do you have an iPhone?
¿Usted tiene un iPhone? ¿Tiene un iPhone?
Again, speaking formal or polite Spanish, do you have an iPhone?
¿Usted tiene un iPhone?
Respond, no, I do not have an iPhone.
No, no tengo un iPhone.
Say, but I have an Android.
Pero tengo un Android.
Depending on the region, in Latin America, it is common for people to shorten the Spanish word aplicación and say the word app in order to say the English words application and app. So we will teach the Spanish word app instead of the Spanish word aplicación in this program. But be aware that in some Spanish-speaking countries, it is very common to say the complete Spanish word aplicación instead of the shortened Spanish word app. This is how you say the word application or app in Spanish. Listen and repeat.
App. App.
This is how you say the phrase an app. Listen and repeat.
Una app. Una. Una app.
In the phrase una app, which word do you think means the English word a?
Una. Una.
Now tell me, how do you say the app?
La app. La app.
Again, how do you say the app?
La app.
This is how you ask, which is the app? Listen and repeat.
¿Cuál es la app? ¿Cuál es la app?
How do you ask, which is the app?
¿Cuál es la app?
If speaking to a friend, this is how you ask, which is the app you like the most? Listen and repeat.
¿Cuál es la app que más te gusta? ¿Qué más te gusta? ¿Cuál es la app que más te gusta?
How do you ask, which is the app you like the most?
¿Cuál es la app que más te gusta?
Now tell me, how do you ask, which is the app that I like the most?
¿Cuál es la app que más me gusta? Me gusta. Más me gusta. ¿Cuál es la app que más me gusta?
This is how you say the phrase, I don't know. Listen and repeat.
No sé. No sé.
How do you say, I don't know?
No sé.
And how do you say, I know?
Yo sé. Yo sé.
This is how you say the phrase, you don't know, when speaking to a friend. Listen and repeat.
Tú no sabes. No sabes.
Speaking to a friend, how do you say, you don't know?
No sabes.
Speaking to a friend, how do you say, you know?
Tú sabes. Sabes.
Now imagine that you are speaking to someone who you normally address by señor or señora. How do you think you'd ask, do you know?
¿Usted sabe? ¿Sabe?
Respond, I don't know.
No sé.
This is how the app Tinder is pronounced in a Spanish-speaking country. Listen and repeat.
Tinder. Tinder.
This is how you say the phrase a lot, as in, I like it a lot. Listen and repeat.
Mucho. Mucho.
Speaking to a friend, ask, do you like it a lot?
¿Te gusta mucho? ¿Te gusta mucho?
Now ask, do you like Tinder a lot?
¿Te gusta Tinder mucho? ¿Te gusta Tinder mucho?
Respond, no, I don't like it a lot.
No, no me gusta mucho.
Say, I don't like Tinder a lot.
No me gusta Tinder mucho.
This is how you say the phrase, I hardly like it, or I almost do not like it. Listen and repeat.
Casi no me gusta. Casi. Casi no me gusta.
In the phrase, casi no me gusta, which word means hardly?
Casi. Casi.
And this is how the app Twitter is pronounced in a Spanish-speaking country. Listen and repeat.
Twitter. Twitter.
Speaking to a friend, ask, do you like Twitter?
¿Te gusta Twitter?
Respond, I hardly like Twitter.
Casi no me gusta Twitter.
Again, how do you say, I hardly like Twitter?
Casi no me gusta Twitter.
This is how you say, I love it. Listen and repeat.
Me encanta. Encanta. Me encanta.
The phrase, it is very pleasing to me, is perhaps a better translation of me encanta than I love it. Again, how do you say, I love it?
Me encanta.
Speaking to a friend, ask, do you like Twitter?
¿Te gusta Twitter?
Respond, I hardly like Twitter.
Casi no me gusta Twitter.
Say, but I love Tinder.
Pero me encanta Tinder.
Speaking friendly or informal Spanish, this is how you ask, do you like it? Listen and repeat.
¿A usted le gusta? ¿A usted le gusta?
The phrase a usted is optional. You can include it for clarity or emphasis. Again, speaking formal or polite Spanish, ask, do you like it?
¿A usted le gusta? ¿Le gusta?
Speaking formal or polite Spanish, ask, do you love it?
¿A usted le encanta? ¿Le encanta?
Now ask, do you like Twitter?
¿A usted le gusta Twitter?
Respond, yes, I like Twitter.
Sí, me gusta Twitter.
Now say, I love Twitter.
Me encanta Twitter.
Now say, but I hardly like Tinder.
Pero casi no me gusta Tinder.
Listen to the same conversation that you heard at the beginning of this lesson.
John, ¿tienes un smartphone?
Sí, tengo un iPhone y un Android.
¿Cuál es la aplicación que más te gusta?
No sé.
¿No sabes?
No sé. Me gusta Tinder mucho.
Casi no me gusta Tinder, pero me encanta Twitter.
Señor Blanco, ¿cuál es la aplicación que más le gusta a usted?
A mí casi no me gusta Facebook, pero me encanta Tinder.
Let's do an exercise. In the following exercise, you will play the role of John only. Respond before John says the correct answer, and then repeat the correct answer after him.
John, ¿tienes un smartphone?
Tell her, yes, I have a smartphone.
Sí, tengo un smartphone.
¿Tienes un iPhone o un Android?
Say, I have an iPhone.
Tengo un iPhone.
¿Cuál es la aplicación que más te gusta?
Tell her, I don't know.
No sé.
Say, I don't know which is the app I like the most.
No sé cuál es la app que más me gusta.
¿Cómo?
She didn't understand you. Tell her again. I don't know which is the app I like the most.
No sé cuál es la app que más me gusta.
¿No sabes?
Tell her, I like Tinder a lot.
Me gusta Tinder mucho.
Casi no me gusta Tinder, pero me encanta Twitter.
Speaking to Señor Blanco, ask, which app do you like the most?
¿Cuál es la app que más le gusta a usted?
A mí casi no me gusta Facebook, pero me encanta Tinder.
This is the end of Lesson 5. Repeat this lesson as many times as it takes for you to feel comfortable answering my questions. Lesson 6. Listen to a continuation of the conversation from the last lesson.
John, ¿tienes un smartphone?
Sí, tengo un iPhone y un Android.
¿Cuál es la aplicación que más te gusta?
No sé.
¿No sabes?
No sé, me gusta Tinder mucho.
Casi no me gusta Tinder, pero me encanta Twitter.
Señor Blanco, ¿cuál es la aplicación que más le gusta a usted?
A mí casi no me gusta Facebook, pero me encanta Tinder. Es muy divertida. ¿Ustedes usan Uber?
Yo no uso Uber. ¿Ángela, usas Uber?
Sí, yo uso Uber. Me gusta mucho. Es muy conveniente.
No me gusta Uber. Prefiero usar un taxi.
This is how you say the verb to be in Spanish. Listen and repeat.
Ser. Ser.
There are actually two Spanish verbs which mean to be. The Spanish verb ser is normally used when talking about permanent or long-lasting traits. The Spanish verb estar is normally used when referring to temporary characteristics or temporary conditions. In this lesson, we will focus our efforts on learning the Spanish verb ser. This is how you say the word fun, as in, this game is a lot of fun. Listen and repeat.
Divertido. Divertido.
And if talking about a feminine object, such as una aplicación, how would you say the word fun?
Divertida. Divertida.
This is how you say the phrase, it is fun. Listen and repeat.
Es divertido. Es. Es divertido.
Talking about a feminine object, such as una aplicación, how would you say, it is fun?
Es divertida. Es divertida.
In the phrase, es divertida, which word do you think means the English word is?
Es. Es.
This is how the mobile app Uber is pronounced in Latin America. Listen and repeat.
Uber. Uber.
How is Uber pronounced in Latin America?
Uber. Uber.
This is how you say the verb to use, as in, to use a smartphone. Listen and repeat.
Usar. Usar.
Now I want you to tell me, how would you say the phrase, I use?
Yo uso.
uso.
How do you say, I use Uber?
Yo uso Uber. Uso Uber.
Speaking to a friend, how do you ask, do you use Uber?
¿Tú usas Uber? ¿Usas Uber?
Respond, no, I don't use Uber.
No, yo no uso Uber.
Now imagine that you are speaking to Señor Blanco. Ask, do you use a smartphone?
¿Usted usa un smartphone? Usa. ¿Usa un smartphone?
How does he respond? Yes, I use a smartphone.
Sí, uso un smartphone.
Now imagine that you are speaking to two or more people. This is how you ask, do you use Uber? Listen and repeat.
¿Ustedes usan Uber? Usan. ¿Usan Uber?
¿Ustedes usan Uber? Is the equivalent of asking, do you guys use Uber? Again, speaking to two or more people, how do you ask, do you use Uber?
¿Ustedes usan Uber? ¿Usan Uber?
In the question, ¿Ustedes usan Uber? Which word do you think means you guys?
Ustedes. Ustedes.
Including the pronoun ustedes is optional. Spanish speakers may include the pronoun ustedes for clarity or emphasis. This is how a group of males, or a group consisting of both males and females, says the phrase we use. Listen and repeat.
Nosotros usamos. Usamos.
Again, how does a group of males, or a group consisting of both males and females, say the phrase we use?
Nosotros usamos.
This is how a group, which only consists of females, says the phrase we use. Listen and repeat.
Nosotras usamos. Nosotras. Usamos.
Again, how does a group which only consists of females say the phrase we use?
Nosotras usamos.
Keep in mind that it is not necessary to include the pronouns nosotros and nosotras. You can include them for clarity or emphasis. Now tell me, how would you ask, do you guys use Uber?
¿Ustedes usan Uber?
Respond, yes, we use Uber.
Sí, nosotros usamos Uber.
Now ask, do you guys use Facebook?
¿Ustedes usan Facebook?
Respond, no, we do not use Facebook.
No, nosotros no usamos Facebook.
Say, but we use Uber.
Pero usamos Uber.
This is how you say the word convenient, as in, this mobile app is convenient. Listen and repeat.
Conveniente. Conveniente.
How do you say convenient in Spanish?
Conveniente.
And how do you say it is convenient?
Es conveniente. Es conveniente.
This is how you say the word very, as in, this mobile app is very convenient. Listen and repeat.
Muy. Muy.
How do you say very in Spanish?
Muy. Muy.
And how do you say very convenient?
Muy conveniente. Muy conveniente.
And how do you say it is very convenient?
Es muy conveniente.
Now ask, is Uber very convenient?
¿Uber es muy conveniente?
Respond, yes, Uber is very convenient.
Sí, Uber es muy conveniente.
And how would you say Uber is not very convenient?
Uber no es muy conveniente.
This is how you say the verb to prefer in Spanish, as in, I prefer to use a taxi. Listen and repeat.
Preferir. Preferir.
This is how you say the phrase, I prefer. Listen and repeat.
Yo prefiero. Prefiero.
How do you say, I prefer?
Prefiero.
Speaking to a friend, this is how you say the phrase, you prefer.
Tú prefieres. Prefieres.
Speaking friendly Spanish, how do you say, you prefer?
Tú prefieres. Prefieres.
And if speaking to Señor Blanco, how do you say the phrase, you prefer?
Usted prefiere. Prefiere.
Again, speaking polite or formal Spanish, how do you say the phrase, you prefer?
Usted prefiere. Prefiere.
This is how you pronounce the English word taxi in Spanish. Listen and repeat.
Taxi. Taxi.
And how do you think you'd say the phrase, a taxi?
Un taxi. Un taxi.
Speaking to a friend, ask, Do you prefer to use a taxi?
¿Tú prefieres usar un taxi? ¿Prefieres usar un taxi?
Respond, yes, I prefer to use a taxi.
Sí, yo prefiero usar un taxi.
Say, I prefer to use a taxi.
Prefiero usar un taxi.
Speaking to Señor Blanco, ask, do you prefer to use a taxi?
¿Usted prefiere usar un taxi?
Respond, no, I do not prefer to use a taxi.
No, yo no prefiero usar un taxi.
Say, I prefer to use Uber.
Prefiero usar Uber.
Listen to the same conversation that you heard at the beginning of this lesson.
John, ¿tienes un smartphone?
Sí, tengo un iPhone y un Android.
¿Cuál es la aplicación que más te gusta?
No sé.
¿No sabes?
No sé, me gusta Tinder mucho.
Casi no me gusta Tinder, pero me encanta Twitter.
Señor Blanco, ¿cuál es la aplicación que más le gusta a usted?
A mí casi no me gusta Facebook, pero me encanta Tinder. Es muy divertida. ¿Ustedes usan Uber?
Yo no uso Uber. ¿Ángela, usas Uber?
Sí, yo uso Uber. Me gusta mucho. Es muy conveniente.
No me gusta Uber. Prefiero usar un taxi.
Let's do an exercise. In the following exercise, you will play the role of John only. Respond before John says the correct answer, and then repeat the correct answer after him. Ask, do you guys use Uber?
¿Ustedes usan Uber?
Yo no uso Uber.
Speaking to Señor Blanco, ask, do you use Uber?
¿Usted usa Uber?
Sí, yo uso Uber.
Speaking to Señor Blanco, ask, do you like Uber?
¿Le gusta Uber?
Sí, me gusta mucho.
Ask him, is it very convenient?
¿Es muy conveniente?
Sí, es muy conveniente. ¿A usted le gusta Uber?
Respond, I hardly like Uber.
Casi no me gusta Uber.
Say, I prefer to use a taxi.
Prefiero usar un taxi.
This is the end of Lesson 6. Repeat this lesson as many times as it takes for you to feel comfortable answering my questions in the lesson. Lesson 7. Listen to the following conversation.
Ángela, ¿quién es el muchacho en tus fotos de Instagram?
¿En Instagram o en Facebook?
En Facebook.
¿Por qué? Eres muy celoso.
Para nada.
Voy a bloquearte en Facebook.
¿Vas a bloquearme en Facebook? ¿En serio?
No, es una broma.
A propósito, ¿vas a desbloquear al señor Blanco en Facebook?
Sí, voy a desbloquear al señor Blanco en Facebook.
This is how the mobile photo sharing app Instagram is pronounced in a Spanish-speaking country. Listen and repeat.
Instagram. Instagram.
How is Instagram pronounced in a Spanish-speaking country?
Instagram. Instagram.
This is the Spanish word for young male. Listen and repeat.
Muchacho. Muchacho.
In general, you can use the word muchacho to refer to teenage males and 20-something-year-old males. Now try to say, the young male.
El muchacho. El muchacho.
In this lesson, we will use the English word guy in order to say the Spanish word muchacho. Now, I want you to tell me, how would you say the young female?
La muchacha. La muchacha.
In this lesson, we will use the English word girl in order to say the Spanish word muchacha. This is how you ask the question, who is he? Or who is she? Listen and repeat.
¿Quién es? ¿Quién? ¿Quién es?
How do you ask, who is he? Or who is she?
¿Quién es?
In the question, ¿quién es?, which word do you think means who?
¿Quién? ¿Quién?
And how would you ask, who is the guy?
¿Quién es el muchacho? ¿Quién es el muchacho?
And how would you ask, who is the girl?
¿Quién es la muchacha?
What is the Spanish word for picture or photograph?
Foto. Foto.
And how do we say the English word in or on in Spanish?
En. En.
Speaking to a friend, ask, who is the guy in your pictures?
¿Quién es el muchacho en tus fotos?
Again, ask, who is the guy in your pictures?
¿Quién es el muchacho en tus fotos?
This is how you say the English word or, as in Facebook or Instagram. Listen and repeat.
O. O.
Now ask, who is the girl in your pictures?
¿Quién es la muchacha en tus fotos?
This time ask, who is the girl in your pictures on Instagram?
¿Quién es la muchacha en tus fotos en Instagram?
Ask, in Facebook or in Instagram?
¿En Facebook o en Instagram? O en Instagram. ¿En Facebook o en Instagram?
Respond, in Instagram.
En Instagram.
Ask why.
¿Por qué?
This is how you say the word jealous in Spanish. Listen and repeat.
Celoso. Celoso.
And if referring to a woman, how do you say jealous?
Celosa. Celosa.
Speaking to a male friend, how do you say you are jealous if you want to suggest that your friend is inherently jealous, as opposed to only jealous at a particular moment?
Tú eres celoso. Eres celoso.
And how do you tell a woman you are jealous?
Tú eres celosa. Eres celosa.
Speaking to a male friend, ask, are you jealous?
¿Tú eres celoso? ¿Eres celoso?
Respond, no, I am not jealous.
No, yo no soy celoso.
This is how you say the phrase, no way, as in, no way I am jealous. Listen and repeat.
Para nada. Para nada.
How do you say, no way?
Para nada.
This is how you say the phrase, I am going to, as in, I am going to write you an email, or I am going to block you on Facebook. Listen and repeat.
Yo voy a. Voy a.
How do you say the phrase, I am going to?
Voy a.
Speaking friendly or informal Spanish, this is how you say the phrase, you are going to, as in, you are going to write me an email. Listen and repeat.
Tú vas a. Vas a.
How do you say the phrase, you are going to?
Vas a.
And if speaking polite or formal Spanish, how do you think you'd say the phrase, you are going to?
Usted va a. Va a.
This is how you say the Spanish verb to block, as in to block someone on Facebook. Listen and repeat.
Bloquear. Bloquear.
How do you say the verb to block?
Bloquear. Bloquear.
Speaking to a friend, this is how you say, I am going to block you. Listen and repeat.
Yo voy a bloquearte. Te. Bloquearte. Voy a bloquearte.
How do you say, I'm going to block you?
Voy a bloquearte.
By the way, in order to say the phrase, I'm going to block you, you can either say, voy a bloquearte, or you can say, te voy a bloquear. And if speaking to a friend, how would you ask, are you going to block me?
¿Tú vas a bloquearme? Me. Bloquearme. ¿Vas a bloquearme?
In order to ask, "Are you going to block me?" you can either ask, "¿Vas a bloquearme?" or you can ask, "¿Me vas a bloquear?" Again, ask, "Are you going to block me?"
¿Vas a bloquearme?
Respond, "Yes, I am going to block you."
Sí, voy a bloquearte.
This is how you ask, "Seriously?" Listen and repeat.
¿En serio? Serio. ¿En serio?
How do you ask, "Seriously?"
¿En serio?
This is how you say the word joke or prank. Listen and repeat.
Broma. Broma.
How do you say, "It's a joke"?
Es una broma. Es una broma.
Again, how do you say, "It's a joke"?
Es una broma.
Speaking to a friend, ask, "Are you going to block me?"
¿Vas a bloquearme?
Now ask, "Are you going to block me on Facebook?"
¿Vas a bloquearme en Facebook? En Facebook. ¿Vas a bloquearme en Facebook?
Respond, "Yes, I am going to block you on Facebook."
Sí, voy a bloquearte en Facebook.
Ask, "Seriously?"
¿En serio?
Respond, "No, it's a joke."
No, es una broma.
This is how you say the phrase, "by the way." Listen and repeat.
A propósito. Propósito. A propósito.
How do you say, "by the way"?
A propósito.
This is how you say the Spanish verb to unblock, as in to unblock someone on Facebook. Listen and repeat.
Desbloquear. Desbloquear.
How do you say the verb to unblock?
Desbloquear. Desbloquear.
Speaking to a friend, how do you say, "I am going to unblock you"?
Yo voy a desbloquearte. Desbloquearte. Voy a desbloquearte.
Again, how do you say, "I'm going to unblock you"?
Voy a desbloquearte.
Say, "I'm going to unblock you on Facebook."
Voy a desbloquearte en Facebook.
This time say, By the way, I'm going to unblock you on Facebook.
A propósito, voy a desbloquearte en Facebook.
Speaking to a friend, how would you ask, "Are you going to unblock me?"
¿Vas a desbloquearme?
In order to ask, "Are you going to unblock me?" you can either ask, "¿Vas a desbloquearme?" or you can ask, "¿Me vas a desbloquear?" Again, ask, "Are you going to unblock me?"
¿Vas a desbloquearme?
Respond, "Yes, I am going to unblock you."
Sí, voy a desbloquearte.
Say, "I am going to block you on Facebook."
Voy a bloquearte en Facebook.
Listen to the same conversation that you heard at the beginning of this lesson.
Ángela, ¿quién es el muchacho en tus fotos de Instagram?
¿En Instagram o en Facebook?
En Facebook.
¿Por qué? Eres muy celoso.
Para nada.
Voy a bloquearte en Facebook.
¿Vas a bloquearme en Facebook? ¿En serio?
No, es una broma.
A propósito, ¿vas a desbloquear al señor Blanco en Facebook?
Sí, voy a desbloquear al señor Blanco en Facebook.
Let's do an exercise now. In the following exercise, you will play the role of the male speaker only. Respond before the male speaker says the correct answer, and then repeat the correct answer after him.
John, ¿quién es la muchacha en tus fotos de Instagram?
Ask her, in Instagram or in Facebook?
¿En Instagram o en Facebook?
En Facebook.
Ask her, why?
¿Por qué?
Joking with her, say, "You're very jealous."
Eres muy celosa.
Continuing to joke with her, say, "I am going to block you on Facebook."
Voy a bloquearte en Facebook.
¿Vas a bloquearme en Facebook?
Say, "Yes, I am going to block you on Facebook."
Sí, voy a bloquearte en Facebook.
¿En serio?
Now tell her, "No, it's a joke."
No, es una broma.
John, ¿eres celoso?
Tell her, "No way."
Para nada.
Say, "I'm not jealous."
No soy celoso.
Changing the topic, ask her, "By the way, are you going to unblock Señor Blanco on Facebook?"
A propósito, ¿vas a desbloquear al señor Blanco en Facebook?
Sí, voy a desbloquear al señor Blanco en Facebook.
This is the end of Lesson 7. Repeat this lesson as many times as it takes for you to feel comfortable answering my questions. Lesson 8. Listen to the following conversation.
John, quiero presentarte a mi hermana.
Hola, ¿cómo te llamas?
Me llamo Valentina.
Mucho gusto.
Igualmente.
¿Qué hacen ustedes en su tiempo libre?
¿Cómo?
¿Qué hacen tú y tu hermana en su tiempo libre?
Nos gusta salir a comer.
A mí también. Me gusta salir a comer sushi.
Let's now practice the words and phrases that we just heard. This is how you say the verb to want or to desire. Listen and repeat.
Querer. Querer.
How do you think you would say the phrase I want or I desire?
Yo quiero. Quiero.
Speaking in formal or friendly Spanish, how would you say the phrase you want or you desire?
Tú quieres. Quieres.
Now imagine that you are speaking to Señor Blanco. How would you say the phrase you want or you desire?
Usted quiere. Quiere.
This is the friendly or informal way to say, I want to introduce you. As in, I want to introduce you to my sister. Listen and repeat.
Yo quiero presentarte. Te. Presentarte. Quiero presentarte.
How do you say, I want to introduce you?
Quiero presentarte.
This is the formal or polite way to say, I want to introduce you when speaking to a man. Listen and repeat.
Yo quiero presentarlo. Lo. Presentarlo. Quiero presentarlo.
What is the formal way to say, I want to introduce you when speaking to a man?
Quiero presentarlo.
When speaking formal or polite Spanish to a woman, how do you think you'd say, I want to introduce you?
Yo quiero presentarla. La. Presentarla. Quiero presentarla.
Again, if speaking formal Spanish to a woman, how do you say, I want to introduce you?
Quiero presentarla.
Now tell me, how do you tell a friend, I want to introduce you?
Quiero presentarte.
This is how you say, to my sister, as in, I want to introduce you to my sister. Listen and repeat.
A mi hermana. Hermana. Mi hermana. A mi hermana.
How do you say the phrase, to my sister?
A mi hermana.
Now tell me, how do you tell a friend, I want to introduce you to my sister?
Yo quiero presentarte a mi hermana. Quiero presentarte a mi hermana.
Again, how do you tell a friend, I want to introduce you to my sister?
Quiero presentarte a mi hermana.
Now tell me, how do you tell a friend, I want to introduce you to my brother?
Yo quiero presentarte a mi hermano.
Speaking friendly or informal Spanish, ask, what's your name?
¿Cómo te llamas?
Replacing your own name with the name John, say, my name is John.
Me llamo John.
Say, nice to meet you.
Mucho gusto.
Reply, you too, or same to you.
Igualmente.
In an earlier lesson, we learned how to ask the question, what do you do? Speaking friendly or informal Spanish, ask, what do you do?
¿Qué haces tú? ¿Qué haces?
And how would you ask, what do you guys do?
¿Qué hacen ustedes? Hacen. ¿Qué hacen?
This is how you say the phrase, in your free time, when speaking to two or more persons. Listen and repeat.
En su tiempo libre. Libre. Tiempo libre. Su tiempo libre. En su tiempo libre.
And if speaking to a friend, how would you say the phrase, in your free time?
En tu tiempo libre.
Now tell me, how would you say the phrase, in my free time?
En mi tiempo libre.
Speaking friendly or informal Spanish, ask, what do you do in your free time?
¿Qué haces en tu tiempo libre?
By the way, in order to ask, what do you do in your free time? You may hear Spanish speakers simply ask, ¿Qué haces en el tiempo libre? Instead of, ¿Qué haces en tu tiempo libre? That's because it is implied from the context of the conversation that you are referring to your free time, as opposed to the free time of someone else. Now imagine that you are speaking to two or more persons. Ask, what do you guys do in your free time?
¿Qué hacen ustedes en su tiempo libre? Hacen. ¿Qué hacen en su tiempo libre?
Again, speaking to two or more persons, ask, what do you guys do in your free time?
¿Qué hacen en su tiempo libre?
This is how you say the word and, as in, you and your sister. Listen and repeat.
Y. Y.
How do you say and?
Y. Y.
How do you say the phrase, you and your sister?
Tú y tu hermana.
How do you ask, what do you and your sister do in your free time?
¿Qué hacen tú y tu hermana en su tiempo libre?
Again, ask, what do you and your sister do in your free time?
¿Qué hacen tú y tu hermana en su tiempo libre?
And how would you ask, what do you and your brother do in your free time?
¿Qué hacen tú y tu hermano en su tiempo libre?
This is how you say the phrase, we like to go out. Listen and repeat.
Nos gusta salir. Salir. Gusta salir. Nos gusta salir.
In the phrase, nos gusta salir, which word do you think means the verb to go out?
Salir. Salir.
How do you say, we like to go out?
Nos gusta salir.
And if speaking to a friend, how do you ask, do you like to go out?
¿Te gusta salir?
Respond, yes, I like to go out.
Sí, me gusta salir.
Say, I like to go out.
Me gusta salir.
And if speaking to two or more persons, this is how you say the phrase, you like, or you guys like. Listen and repeat.
¿A ustedes les gusta? Les gusta.
The phrase a ustedes can be included for clarity or emphasis. You can either say a ustedes les gusta, or you can just say les gusta in order to say the phrase you guys like. Now tell me, how would you ask, do you guys like to go out?
¿A ustedes les gusta salir? ¿Les gusta salir?
Respond, yes, we like to go out.
Sí, nos gusta salir.
This is how you say the phrase, we like to go out to eat. Listen and repeat.
Nos gusta salir a comer. Comer. A comer. Nos gusta salir a comer.
In the phrase, nos gusta salir a comer, which word do you think means the verb to eat?
Comer. Comer.
How do you say, we like to go out to eat?
Nos gusta salir a comer.
And if speaking to a friend, how do you ask, do you like to go out to eat?
¿Te gusta salir a comer?
Respond, no, I do not like to go out to eat.
No, no me gusta salir a comer.
Say, I do not like to go out to eat.
No me gusta salir a comer.
Speaking to two or more persons, ask, what do you guys do in your free time?
¿Qué hacen ustedes en su tiempo libre?
Now ask, do you guys like to go out to eat?
¿A ustedes les gusta salir a comer?
Respond, no, we do not like to go out to eat.
No, no nos gusta salir a comer.
This is how you pronounce the English word sushi in Spanish. Listen and repeat.
Sushi. Sushi.
Speaking friendly or informal Spanish, ask, what do you do in your free time?
¿Qué haces en tu tiempo libre?
Respond, I like to go out to eat sushi.
Me gusta salir a comer sushi.
This is how you say the phrase, me too, as in, it pleases me too. Listen and repeat.
A mí también. También. Mí también. A mí también.
In the phrase, a mí también, which word do you think means too or also?
También. También.
How do you say the phrase, me too?
A mí también.
Let's listen to the conversation that we heard at the beginning of this lesson.
John, quiero presentarte a mi hermana.
Hola, ¿cómo te llamas?
Me llamo Valentina.
Mucho gusto.
Igualmente.
¿Qué hacen ustedes en su tiempo libre?
¿Cómo?
¿Qué hacen tú y tu hermana en su tiempo libre?
Nos gusta salir a comer.
A mí también. Me gusta salir a comer sushi.
Let's do an exercise now. In the following exercise, you will play the role of the male speaker only. Respond before the male speaker says the correct answer, and then repeat the correct answer after him.
John, quiero presentarte a mi hermana.
Say, hi.
Hola.
Hola.
Ask Angela's sister, what's your name?
¿Cómo te llamas?
Me llamo Valentina.
Tell her, pleased to meet you.
Mucho gusto.
Igualmente.
Ask her, what do you guys do in your free time?
¿Qué hacen ustedes en su tiempo libre?
¿Cómo?
This time ask, what do you and your sister do in your free time?
¿Qué hacen tú y tu hermana en su tiempo libre?
Now ask, do you guys like to go out to eat?
¿A ustedes les gusta salir a comer?
Sí, nos gusta salir a comer.
Tell her, me too.
A mí también.
¿Cómo?
Say, I also like to go out to eat.
A mí también me gusta salir a comer.
Tell her, I like to go out to eat sushi.
Me gusta salir a comer sushi.
This is the end of Lesson 8. Repeat this lesson as many times as it takes for you to feel comfortable answering my questions in the lesson.
Hey, Patrick Jackson here. Just to show my appreciation for watching this video, I have two special regalos for you. And regalo means gift. Before we get to your two special gifts, do yourself a favor and click that subscribe button in the lower right-hand corner, and then click the notifications bell. That way we can help you on your journey to achieve all your learning Spanish goals. Moving on to your two special bonus gifts. Gift number 1 is an invitation to attend our bi-weekly live and interactive webinar taught by a Colombian Spanish instructor. During the webinar, we open up the line so you can practice your Spanish with a webinar Spanish instructor. You'll find a link to register in the description of this video. Now, gift number 2 isn't for everyone. If you want to know if it's for you or not, then let me ask you a couple of questions. Are you sick and tired of using apps that do not feature native Spanish speakers, but use machine learning and synthetic voices, which leave you with an awful sounding Spanish pronunciation and accent? And are you sick and tired of using apps that use machine learning and synthetic voices that make it almost impossible for you to understand normal, everyday Spanish speakers? Do you want more than just an app that only gives you a badge that shows you use the app for days, weeks, or even years, but still can't speak Spanish well enough to even hold a conversation with a 4-year-old Spanish speaker? If you're ready for a learning Spanish program that's going to give you what it takes to speak and understand conversational Spanish with complete confidence, and you want to get this program absolutely free, in the description of this video, you'll find a link to go to Amazon or Audible. You can get Learn Conversational Spanish Like an MF completely free with a free trial to Audible. And I guarantee you, after using this program for 30 days, you'll find yourself speaking Spanish like an MF. And in case you're wondering, MF stands for Master of Fluency. And we've only used native Spanish speakers in this program so that you develop an authentic Latin American Spanish accent and pronunciation. And just in case you're a visual learner, we've also included a bonus video version of this program, which includes its own free mobile app. That's in addition to the audio version of the program that you'll get from Audible or Amazon.com. After you get your copy, make sure you install the free Audible mobile app to listen on your phone or tablet. Or if you prefer, you can also listen on your laptop without using a mobile app. And if you've never heard of Learn Conversational Spanish Like an MF, it's the #1 best-selling learning Spanish program on both Audible and Amazon.com. As you can see from the screenshot taken from Amazon.com, it's beating popular learning Spanish programs such as Pencil Spanish. You can also click that same link in the description of this video and go to Audible or Amazon.com and see the success stories from hundreds and hundreds of Audible and Amazon customers and see what they have to say about learning conversational Spanish like an MF. I hope to see you at our next live and interactive Learning Spanish webinar. Ya me voy. I'm leaving now. Hasta luego.